Peace, everyone. Let's go ahead, Priestess. It's been a while since I've gone live. Hopefully the connection isn't too unstable. I have a lot of issues going live with connection, reception, things working. Might have to close the window. But I've actually been excited about this upload. It's taken a minute to get the right reception and connection, everything. So I do have a few notes, but today is Thursday, and really good day to honor. Thursday is a really good day to honor the Loa Erzulie, and formerly known as La Serene. For those who understand the love and love in the sense of being would be depicted as a female. The Loa typically come from the Rada nation and have the petal path. So the Loa are the Rada or the air spirits within the Vodun heritage, and they have a volatile incarnation or a violent, more fierce one, more aggressive one used for warfare, which would be the Petro nation or the fire nation or the Petro spirits in the Vodun tradition or the Vodun heritage, I should say. So Erzulie being a Loa, not an Orisha like Oshun, Oya, or Yemaya, which would be the three ones that those are the that's the spirit she embodies. The Orisha are forces of nature that we understand the mysteries of and the histories of to gain wisdom and apply that wisdom from that force of nature and the spiritual incarnation, and the patakis that align with that Orisha. The Loa are the mysteries more so of the Orisha. The Loa are the actual ways that the forces of nature manifest in human characteristics. So love is Oshun. Erzulie is the actual mystery of love, the mystery of Oshun. So she quite literally is Oshun's daughter in the same way that Oshun is literally Yemaya's daughter. Yemaya passed on the mysteries of the seven seas to Oshun in the form of the mirror as well as the fan. And Duafe, which is the highest feminine qualities of hygiene that make you an ideal wife and mother. Just like Oshun, so to speak, passed on those mysteries of love. Remember, Yemaya represents salt water. So Yemaya's form of love is unconditional. Salt water is the water we use to cleanse ourselves and bathe with, and even heal, with. Oshun's love or her water is fresh water or sweet water, or even sometimes considered cool water. In the sense that Oshun's water is landlocked. It is the fresh water that is found within the land, because Oshun brings the mysteries of Yemaya and the seven seas to the land, What does that represent? It represents Yemaya flooded the earth once and no longer wanted to deal with humanity. So she gave humanity Oshun, and she stays in her realm. Oshun's water, therefore, represents the water on earth, or the water that humans need to survive and be alive. In order to, you can go without food, but you cannot go without water for so long before you die from dehydration. All of our physical systems function off of being nourished by water. So Oshun's love, or water, is the water that we need, that we drink. It's the water that gives us life, our very life sustenance. So though the mystery, just like Yemaya gave Oshun the mysteries of her love, the mysteries of Oshun's love, which is that landlocked fresh water that humanity needs for survival. And again, that African proverb, the water has no enemies. The mysteries of embodying that love, Oshun passed on to Erzulie, her daughter. So the Lowa Erzulie is the ways that love is expressed in humanity, and the different paths of Erzulie, which is La Société d'Erzulie. And again, French, Haitian, understanding certain languages that Erzulie, may speak in, or prefer to speak in. French being a culture of love, even her connection to Spain, and her connection to being a Catwoman and to Bastet, and Marie, or Mary. These are the incarnations, the human ways to understand how love is expressed, and how it became a legend, how love became its own legend, in the form of a female. And why is the mystery of love expressed through Erzulie, which is a young female? And again, I have my charcoal face mask on. I have my pink veil, but the charcoal face mask would represent Erzulie Bridget, the Mama Bridget aspect of Erzulie, which is the old crone, or the Yemaya the Yansan or Oya aspect, dealing with the cemetery, the graveyard being dead. So I'm saying that to reveal that being youthful and feminine is actually one aspect of Erzulie, and it is the most known because human women, in their vanity and lack of understanding, and oftentimes lack of embodying this mystery, often go to what they believe will make them most powerful. And the preference for Erzulie Freda among, say, certain type of women, light-skinned women, white women, you know, women full of envy, or hoish women, so to speak. It's a subconscious understanding of the forms of femininity that give you power over men. So when a woman is preoccupied with controlling men and having power over men and having and manipulating men sexually, she will become preoccupied with youth and looking young. Because in her mind and in her understanding, youthful femininity is what men often desire. And when a woman is preoccupied with it being desirable to a man, she will have a preference for the aspects of Erzulie Freda, or the, for the path Erzulie Freda, or for the aspects of Erzulie that are known to be youthful, to be uber feminine, and to be highly desired by men, but highly envied by women. So what I'm getting at is that Erzulie is a loa that can be very misunderstood, because in modern ways, and when you get human women bringing these preoccupations to the Vodun heritage, into a spiritual realm, you get the teaching and the expression and the preference and the elevation of certain aspects, and the other aspects remain extremely mysterious, which is how it should be. But I just want to give a little background, because what I want to talk about today is the brew. I'm still sipping on it too, but I made a brew that you should see in the thumbnail. Peace, Faith. If anyone has any questions, feel free to ask. I am still doing live oracle consultations. But this particular brew, I want to, start off talking about this brew and the ingredients in it, and why I entitled this minty sweet sisterhood. So I upload my brews on Instagram. Sometimes I go live and demonstrate them. A lot of times I'll show the ingredients, I'll show the final product, and I'll talk about the different ingredients and the witchcraft properties. So a lot of times you may hear me use the expression human women. Before I talk about basically the brew sweet minty sweet sisterhood, it deals with La Société des Julies, or like I said, the group of spirits that make up Erzulie, and the sisterhood, or the different paths of this particular loa. And I want to talk more about the actual sisterhood of La Société des Julies, or the Society of Erzulie, or the sisterhood. Some paths common that I've encountered. Of course, primarily La Serene, which is the primary path, or the origins. La Serene, Erzulie Freda, Erzulie Danto, Erzulie Kenwa, Erzulie Mapyang, Erzulie Brigitte, Marinette is an aspect of Erzulie. Tikita is an aspect of Erzulie. And Erzulie Jarouge. So those are some, not all. There are other ones that are more mysterious, more elusive. But those are some of the main ones that you may have encountered, that you may have heard others teach about. And again, before I discuss the brew and the witchcraft elements within the ingredients that minty sweet sisterhood, I want to talk about the the main reason that she's coming through, and some of the and I have a lot of notes here too, so bear with me. But the primary reason she's coming through to discuss sisterhood and discuss some guidance for women who are gifted in feminine mysteries. The first thing she wanted to discuss, and first and foremost, La Société des Julies, for me as Black High Priestess, I want those listening and following me to understand La Société des Julies, the Society of Erzulie, or the Sisterhood, to be a coven of brides of Christ, a coven of women who are saved, who accept Christ as their Lord and Savior, who are saved and have that Holy Spirit, because that also gives you that Iwa Pele, which is that good character that will make you open to sisterhood, reception. So I entitled this, Erzulie's Wisdom, because we're going to talk about some things that Erzulie wants the sacred feminine followers to heed. But we're going to talk about reception of sisterhood. And the first thing she wants to deal with is the lack of reception, and understanding kind of immediately when a woman does not accept you as a sister. And this is going to deal with particularly Black women because of the heritage of WiseDome being African. But it's also going to deal with the fact that because of a history of white supremacy that stems from slavery and the conquering of the Black race in North America, Black women particularly will have a harder problem with sisterhood because of the hatred within our race for each other, because of white supremacy ingrained in us to hate each other, therefore hating your reflection. So a lot of Black women have a more of a natural inclination toward envy of each other than reception of a woman who reflects her. So the first thing that Erzulie wants to remind you is, go with the flow. Go with the good character where you naturally vibe with a sister, and Erzulie is feminine intuition. That is one of the very ways that Freda and Danto express themselves as sisters. Freda and Danto represent the twins of intuition, that, one has an intuition of dealing with men and one has an intuition dealing with women. Okay. But they're two sides of the same coin. So the first thing, go with your intuition about a sister, and whether or not she is expressing genuine sisterhood because she's governed by the actual same spirit, where she can recognize you as a sister, not see you as any type of threat. Okay. That's where being a bride of Christ comes in, and already being governed by a higher authority that helps you check yourself and your own insecurities and how you treat other people. She wants to talk about priestesses. And the reason I'm saying quote unquote is because she wants to talk about women who seek priestesshood. She wants to remind women in the craft, in the coven, in the heritage. A priestess is something you are born as and you grow into. Of course, it's a bloodline trait, but more importantly, it's a family trait you're born into. It's not something that a religion or even a human can give you. So being born into a religion or into a tradition does not make you a priestess. Being born with mysteries, knowing that there was never a time where you did not know some things, being born into sacred feminine wisdom that you've always known. A priestess does not become a priestess. She is reborn to reveal mysteries and, more importantly, to preserve them. So when you are a priestess, there are some things, there's knowledge, sacred feminine knowledge you are born with. Those of you who are priestesses, who were born with the sacred gift and the sacred wisdom of how to use herbs and spices, the sacred gift and the sacred wisdom of how to open the gates and close them to the spirit realm and the entities within, therein. The sacred gift and the sacred knowledge of how to conjure, how to invoke, how to banish, and how to heal. The sacred gift and the sacred knowledge of feminine mysteries that human women do not know and understand or embody. This is priestesshood. It is something you're born with that you do from the time you are born, even from the time you're in the womb, throughout your life. It is never something you have to learn. Okay, it's never something you have to get taught about from someone else. It's never something you have to go join a coven or a group to be initiated in. Priestesses are born with certain wisdom. The high priestess is born with a responsibility. She wants the priestesses, to be warned of the false priestesses. You will know immediately if a woman is a false priestess or not a priestess because of the questions that she asks. Certain questions, a human woman or a woman who is not a priestess, she will ask questions that show she never had the sacred knowledge. She was not born with it. She's seeking it from a real priestess, and oftentimes with no offering. So the first thing you will know is by the question she, and priestesses is in this aspect congruent with blood-born witches. Okay. Again, a woman who is not a priestess will ask questions. Namely, she will ask, how do I become a priestess? What is a priestess? Who initiated you? Or where did you learn? Or how did you learn? These are primary questions that a woman who is not a priestess will ask. Another thing a woman who is not a priestess will do, she will meet a real priestess, and priestess can, whatever language you use it or traditional context, mambo, bruja, or naderna, Iyalorisha, Iya, Iyalorisha would be the high priestess. Iya, priestess. A nun is a priestess. Babalao more so is referring to a man, but there's different spiritual traditional contexts. But this is what I'm referring to when I'm referring to a priestess. One born with the sacred wisdom who will have a natural gift to do things that other people in the heritage do not know how to do or cannot make work on their own. Because they don't have the sacred spark, which is that inherent wisdom that comes from a spiritual source. A priestess is reborn with that wisdom. The high priestess is reborn with a responsibility to govern the priestesses. So that's why I'm saying, you know, as Black high priestess, I encourage people to understand being bride of Christ has a lot to do with the certain qualities that elevate you spiritually. Erzulie wants the sisters and the daughters and the mothers to understand it's time to close the gate. Stop answering questions to human women who are not paying respect or who are not showing a worthiness to learn about certain things. Stop entertaining human women who want power instead of the wisdom. Make sure your products and services are designed to heal and not to reveal. It's nothing wrong with asking questions, you know, but when I'm speaking to the priestesses, remember there's certain questions that human women will ask that show that she's not at your level. And there's a lot of priestesses who will present themselves as sisters or at a certain level and have a certain level of ego or a certain level of pretentiousness where they're asking questions that show that they are not aligned with what they're seeking. Doesn't mean you can't become that. But a priestess is not something that you become. It's not something that you're necessarily trained in outside of the family, you know. Your family heritage, your mysteries, the things that are passed down on to you, those are what make a priestess. Not someone choosing and deciding, I want to become a priestess. There's only one reason that people decide they want to become a priestess: pretentiousness. Being a priestess is not something you decide you want to be. It's something that has been decided for you. You either answer the call or you don't. It's not a occupation. It's immortality. You know, and she wanted me to keep my charcoal on with certain things. There's so much. She wants to talk about sisterhood reception and knowing who is really a priestess, knowing who is really embodying her mysteries, versus knowing someone who she visited for a moment or someone she visited and helped at a place in time versus someone that she lives inside of. Okay. There's a difference between, that's why, you know, priestesses carry a certain energy, whereas there's some people who have encountered certain energies to help them with what they are supposed to be doing. A priestess is a temple for the ancestors. So she's saying be kind to the women who she has chosen to help, because they have gone through things that have afforded them or earned the right for them to work with her. um she's saying that a lot of times the women who she's come and chosen to help, and not just women, there are priestesses of other energies, who will encounter different spirits at different times, but they still stay within a certain head or house, or under a certain ashe or guardian. She's saying that to the women and to the priestesses who she has visited, and given a favor to, or given a lesson to. She's saying be kind to them, because oftentimes when she finally does come, and she's talking about the most innocent um aspects of her, which, and then we're also dealing with Erzulie Toho, which is one I didn't mention in the La Societe, but she's the cow form of Erzulie, or the one considered the heifer. And she's young, even younger than Freda. And there is even a path even younger than Toho, who is the actual voodoo doll. She's an actual doll. Um, so there's some youthful paths of her, and she's saying, especially the youthful, more innocent paths of her that have visited certain women. She's saying be kind to them, because they these may have been females who disrespected her energy, or her daughters or sisters in the human sense, who have disrespected her as a loa, or disrespected women who she lives in. And she's had to teach these women harsh lessons about love and femininity, and youthful femininity. And so these women have gone through things and shown that the trials that they overcame afforded them the right to visit her and see her for what she really is, not for what they thought she was or marginalized her to, because she wants to remind you that um older women tend to forget that Erzulie has the grandmother paths, Grand Erzulie, um, Erzulie Mapyang, Erzulie Bridget. These are the crone aspects of her, and she's saying that a lot of older women like to disrespect her when they don't embody her. So look out for women who are crones and who are jazzy. Maybe they drink and smoke. And I'm talking about women over the age of 65. Women over the age of 65, who are jazzy, dress in red and black and purples, um, smoke, are somewhat worldly and sophisticated, but very comfortable with themselves, still very sexualized, in the sense where they may they may still they may still dress in a very provocative way, but appropriate for their age. And they may carry themselves in a very commanding way, or in a very just jazzy type of way. These are the women who um are working with these aspects of Erzulie or Mama Bridget, even Oya, um, who you can know that these are the sisters in this society. She's saying be careful of the women who are preoccupied with how beautiful they see you as, and how youthful you are. And be careful of women who make assumptions about your age because they see that you're beautiful. 9 times out of 10, when a woman considers another woman young, it's because she views her as beautiful. Erzulie helps us embody feminine youth. So be careful of women who make assumptions about your age and know nothing about you, but are looking at the way you dress, the way you carry yourself, how many men they see admiring you or flirting with you. Or be careful of women who look at you a certain way because you dress provocatively. Provocative is not showing all your ass, showing all your tits. Provocative is not dressing slutty. Provocative is dressing in a way that arouses sexual attention. Provocative, a lot of times, deals more so with covering up in a way that leaves things to the imagination or draws attention to your sexual energy. There's a lot of women who are not sexy because they don't know how to be provocative, and they're coming off as desperate for attention, or they're just not very well put together. Erzulie will allow you to be very well put together and provocative without actually um escort or prostitute, or even a dancer more so. Dancers are designed to be provocative, whereas prostitutes, sometimes that could just be about sex, which is, that's what being a hoe is. A hoe is really dealing with a woman who uses who uses sexuality to get ahead and to sabotage others. So a hoe is a woman who intentionally will sleep with your husband, not because she needs the money, because she hates to see other people happy. A hoe is usually a orphanage queen, or someone who didn't get the right attention, someone who needs too much attention, a woman who's going through some type of trauma or issues that she can't resolve on her own. So she has become the very bad thing that happened to her. She becomes the hoe. So Faith, I see you're asking, can they visit you dressed in yellow and purple? That would be Map Yang. Add a little red in there, and now you have Erzulie Map Yang. But Erzulie Map Yang, those would be her colors, yellow and purple. More so even duller ones. We have Grand Erzulie, who would have more of a silky, shiny purple and yellow, because she's the queen and she's actually the mother of La Société d'Erzulie. And she was the one who had a human incarnation of being the queen, who had the twins that we consider Freda and Danto, which were the two twins where one was albino. But Gran Erzulie would have more shiny, silky, and she would deal with pink too. But because she was a queen and had regal authority, she would have shiny, silky purple and yellow with her pink and white. But Erzulie Map Yang will be dressed in yellow and purple. She may even have a walking stick, a cane, sometimes even a broom. Women who are Irish or from the British Isles may experience Erzulie Map Yang with a broom because of the significance of a broom to witchcraft and the significance of witchcraft to Europe. So again, be careful of women who are older who make assumptions about your age based on their perception of the type of attention that you're drawing or getting. Close the window. She's so when it comes to sisterhood reception, what she's talking about is who receives you and who fears you. She wants to remind you that women, especially human women, will fear what they don't understand. And a lot of times human women will fear your beauty, and they will be afraid to be around you because of the level of beauty that you're embodying, and how to a point where it's almost sacred. And again, the beauty is not just going to be how attractive and youthful you look, but it's the wisdom, the way you carry yourself, and your morality. There's some women and some people in general who cannot be around truly innocent people because they're too demon possessed. So when your beauty is radiating Christianity, which means being Christ-like, or the Holy Spirit, or it's radiating the Most High in the form of femininity, there's some people who will fear you, and they won't want to be around you, and they'll reject you in various ways. Let that happen. The women who receive you, the older women, again, the Mama Bridget type of older jazzy women, and they don't always have to drink and smoke, but that's something that commonly happens in the cemetery, and the Loa who deal with the cemetery. Can I spell Erzulie Map Yang to research it? Yeah. I mean, there you go, Miss Faith. Of course, you might run into a couple different spellings, but that will be the general one. Let me remind you all. I speak in English a lot, but there's a lot of aspects of voodoo that you cannot learn in English. So those of you who are American and are pursuing Vodun and things like that, remember, if everything you've learned is in the English language, you probably are dealing with false unclean spirits, or you're not going to be at the level of priestesshood, if that's what you are pursuing or considering yourself as, things like that. There are some things that you will not learn in English. Some of the mysteries, or some of the spirits, you may not encounter them in English. It doesn't mean that you won't learn, but if the more authentic you want to get, you know, you have to be of the blood. And speaking in tongues, in some ways, it's considered demonic possession, you know, in a church setting. But remember, speaking in tongues originally means being a linguist. When you're taking the spirituality out of it, you're dealing with a person who's able to communicate with different people all over the world. So it's best to learn about spirituality, and you know, if you can. And remember, if you don't know other languages, that should not be an issue. If you're really dealing with spirituality, you will be given the gifts of interpretation. That goes for the Bible. If you want to really understand what's in the Bible, pray for interpretation before you start reading it. Otherwise, you're not going to get the mysteries in the Bible. You're just going to get the religion that really man has interpreted falsely on a lot of occasions. You're welcome, Faith. So at this time, I'm going to talk about the actual ingredients in the brew. And then I'm gonna go on and discuss some other forms of wisdom, some other wisdom that she has. But primarily, the first primary thing, and this upload might go for a while, but so again, please, ask your questions, questions about anything. But primarily, she wants to talk about the reception. Now, a reception, it has a double entendre. There is another French word. Double entendre has two meanings. Reception on one end is a get together that is a prelude to the actual event. So it's a time where there may be an open bar, there may be hors d'oeuvres passed, people will meet in the lobby, of an event, a little mingling going on, and it's basically receiving the group, warming things up before the main event. So reception also is a verb in past tense, or no, it doesn't have to be past tense, but it's an adverb. So it's an action verb. I believe it's been a while since I've taught English, but it's real. It's I believe it's an adverb. Reception in the sense of receiving, that can deal with the technology, but it also deals with the human interaction. So if we're dealing with the electromagnetic wavelengths that particularly Black people hold, but we all have an aura, okay? When we deal with the aura or the electromagnetic energies that surround our body. Why do I say Black people have a stronger aura? Because of the melanin concentration. Melanin is carbon, and carbon can conduct electricity too. Okay, carbon is nothing but matter. Okay, so the concentration of carbon, or the melanin concentration, and also not to mention the sacred spiral shape of our crowns, because remember, Black people have crowns. It's even written in the Bible, and it talks about the curse upon the Black woman's hair, and it says her in Isaiah 4:1, her and I will make the crowns of the daughters of Zion scabby. That's why I talk about the curse on Black women's hair, and why a lot of Black women can't grow their hair long or at all, and resort to the wig and the weaves. Some of that has to do with not being raised or trained on how to do your African hair. That has to do with motherhood. A lot of that has to do with motherhood. Doing your African hair is something your mother passes on, and as we see, Black men have widely chosen white or recessive mothers for their daughters. So we have a whole, we have generations, a whole generation or two of Black women who don't know how to do their hair, or who hate their hair, because when you have two conflicting races running through your genes, one is going to hate the other. And a lot of Black women have enough white supremacy in them that makes them hate their hair and want to look white. So being mixed is it's beyond having one obviously Black parent and one obviously white parent. There's a lot, mixing. A lot of times you obviously can tell when a woman is Black or when she's not by the sacred spiral crown, or if her hair is limp and she doesn't have a crown, she doesn't have that heritage, or she has a lack of melanin concentration. So this deals with the West African phenotype of darker skin and kinkier hair being diluted during slavery. So what is she talking about? What are we talking about? We're talking about reception sisterhood reception. So what she's saying is there is it's like she's calling a reception right now. She's calling to the Black sisters particularly, but she's calling to the sisters who are women of power, who know what it's like to not be able to trust other women because of the youthful femininity or the mystery of the low Erzulie. Or women who have that wisdom and that cunning of not trusting men also, and knowing um how to, how to deal with men, but getting a backlash from society for having that wisdom that allows you to compete with the male structures in place, the chauvinistic structures in place, I should say, the male dominance. Women who are being ostracized from society because you're too beautiful, because you're too powerful, because you're too good at what you do, because you are too wise, especially for your age sometimes, or because you're too youthful for how old you are. She's calling a reception, but we're also dealing with the reception of, are you able to tune in? Are you in tune? Is your aura in tune with that of someone else's? Because Erzulie represents intuition. That is a huge part of love that is expressed in the feminine principle. And that's why there's the youthful part of her who has that intuition of, why do adult women hate me so much? Because men are disgusting, and a lot of times are given and wanton to pedophilia. And the youthful aspect of Erzulie, the one that's innocent, has that intuition where women hate me because they automatic, or because older women are coming to learn that men desire youth in a woman, or men desire fertility in a woman, which often correlates to looking young, which is not always true. In the Bible, we have incidences of women past menopause giving birth. So remember, Erzulie deals with the rivalry between men and women, male-dominated societies, and how male-dominated societies privilege youthful, innocent women and girls, because men don't like to compete with women who know their worth and women who know men. Male domination wants to control women, manipulate women, exploit women, and use women for their benefit. So they want to deal with the type of woman who they feel is an ideal candidate to be manipulated and degraded. And that would be the youthful, innocent woman, or the highly sexual woman that is a prostitute, who does not have her own money and is in a position to have to rely on men or rely on sex to get money, because she's in a position where she does not have any male stability. Like I said, probably an orphan, probably the parents died, or she's been exiled somehow, or sometimes when you're getting a little closer to the Freda aspect, you're dealing with a woman who has no talent and who is lazy. So she does not want to have to work. So she will prostitute her feminine mysteries, or her sacred femininity for money, because she doesn't want to have to become like a Danto or like an Oya, where she has to work for money, and because she does not have a husband, or she doesn't have a rich father, or these or other things. So there's that time where a woman chooses to do that because she's too lazy to work in another way. That is when you're dealing with competition. that's when you're dealing with a woman who is less embodying the genuine aspects of Erzulie and is more so embodying an unclean spirit that can disguise itself as the mysteries of love, but is really Jezebel. And that's something that's very important to understand. But at this time, I want to stay focused on why you know the intuition of the innocent little girl aspect. She comes to learn that older women don't like her, but sometimes her loss of innocence, which often can come from being raped or molested, which often can come from by a family member or someone she knows, or sometimes someone she doesn't. So there is a path, there is a journey that La Sirène goes on when she sacrifices her mermaid tail to become human. She has to learn the hard way about being a human woman. And that's where the other paths of her come from. All the lessons that she learned about men and about women from becoming human. This is why I use the term human women, because Erzulie was not ever a human to begin with. She is a mermaid, and she is a princess, and she is a powerful crone or witch. Um, Fire Mystic says laziness doesn't have to do with it all the time. Well, I don't know if you just got into the room. Maybe you just got into the room, so I'm gonna let that slide because it sounds like you probably didn't hear the rest of what I was saying. Um, but that's why the youthful aspect of Erzulie learns about women. Then as she goes through her journeys to understand how men view her, how she deals with men, learning harsh lessons, she earns the Danto and the Bridget, and even to the Mapyang and Jarouge phases, where she's earned the ability to defend herself against people who are trying to take advantage of her innocence and her kindness, or trying to exploit her beauty, to the point where she can even defend other women that she sees going through it. And this is where the sisterhood develops, where now that she understands what women go through dealing with men and how marginalized women are in society, and understanding how a lot of human women don't know the mysteries of love that come from the seven seas. They don't know how to manipulate men sexually with femininity, the way Erzulie Freda does, or some other aspects of her. So she's starting to see and where she fits in and how she can be of assistance, as she's learning that I can protect myself from the envies of women by keeping men around me who will guard me. But she's also learning that I can protect women and protect myself by keeping wise women and sisters around me who I can unite with when I want to get away from a lifestyle of prostitution and relying on men, which can often lead to being abused by men. All right. And when she's done with being a man's plaything, or done with being the target of women's envy, she can take on the characteristic where I can also help other women, not by sharing a mystery that they can never embody by, gifting them with a mermaid tail, so to speak, but I can help them by teaching, by, demonstrating certain things, being a sister, mainly by, this is something that some women in voodoo more so, or in general, may women who don't embody an Erzulie, that sexual coquettish, youthful femininity to manipulate a man, they may hire Or again, if you're part of the society, they may call on one of their sisters who does embody that somewhat Freda aspect to test the man she's going to marry, or the one she's dating. So she may hire, call on one of her sisters who does have a youthful, innocent femininity, but wisdom to know how to deal with men, to test sexually to see whether her fiance is going to cheat on her. That's another way that Erzulie may help women who are not in the society, or may help her own sisters who are, but are at a different path, you know. Now, this is extremely important, and this also is still coming from the more innocent aspect of Erzulie, to remind sisters who are in the society of the responsibility that we all have to respect older women. When you have the priestess genetic, meaning you're a blood-born priestess or a blood-born witch, there was never a time where you did not honor wiser, older women. It's something that was passed down to you, was passed through you, and it's a natural respect that you're born with, or that again is taught to you through the family you're born into. Respect for older women, for wiser women. Older women may not be as adept at you as witchcraft or conjuring or healing, but their experiences give them authority. And if you are a youthful woman who has never acknowledged the authority of older women, and some older women, they'll treat you with envy and things like that. But when you are using that intuitive empathy, you're understanding that it's coming from a place of insecurity imposed on them by a male-dominated society that devalues older women sexually and marginalizes older women to positions of being a nanny or a crone, when that is not the case. Older women have sexual desires. Older women are sexual. In fact, some science says that a woman's sexual libido increases as she gets older, particularly maybe around menopause or throughout that time. So if you as a younger woman have not spent your youth honoring wise women and older women, you're not part of the society. And you're not embodying Erzulie. Some of you may believe you're embodying certain aspects of her, or aspects of Freda, or aspects of, even Danto, who can tend to be unruly or disrespectful. But if you don't have a natural respect for older women, or for that older woman in you, which you will have if you had any Erzulie, you will have received all of Erzulie. All right. And this is important because she knows a lot and understands a lot about the aging woman's plight, and how younger women can be targeted by aging women, when in reality it's the male dominated society that puts an age on femininity and beauty. It's never us. It's not the society of Erzulie. It's the male dominated society. So it's very important to realize, when you are looking for the reception for the sisters who have that same Erzulie aura signature, who will receive you and not reject you and not fear you because they don't understand, but they see that reflection and they'll receive it, or they'll receive what you have to offer. and return it in kind, and be enthusiastic, so to speak, about the meeting or about the mingling. And there's a certain way that witches greet. And that's something where, witches, we greet a certain way to where we know, okay, we're vibrating, we're connected, and we will do, certain things to show that, okay, we are reflecting each other because we have that same spirit. Doesn't mean we have to look the same or act the same, dress the same. No, we are hosting the same spirit in our individuality, and we recognize and respect the different ways that that spirit is working through each other. When dealing with reception, beware of females who have no respect for their elders. This is huge. In fact, she's warning women, sisters, particularly the priestesses right now, if you are not checking women, people, but more so within the sisterhood, if you aren't checking your friends or your female family members who are disrespectful toward older people and older women in particular, you're losing your influence of Erzulie running through you too, because we have to start speaking up for male dominated society. Do not a sister who has no respect for her elders is not reflecting Erzulie. It's reflecting an unclean spirit. It's reflecting a form of envy that is foolish, because God forbid a person who has no respect for their elder lives long enough to become that age and to deal with the youth who they will have to deal with in the same way that you deal with your elders. Now, when I say elders, having respect for people older than you, again, like older than 65, or people who are, who their natural age causes them to walk slower or need help here and there because they have lived so long. Voodoo gives us the responsibility to respect our elders, just like we have the responsibility to protect and honor the children. Remember, Erzulie, Danto, and some other aspects are very fierce protectors of women and children. So if you are not having a natural respect for older women, or a natural awareness and consideration for pregnant women, you are not in the society. There are women who are envious, or they're younger women who are envious of a older woman or a mature woman's status. A lot of times that status could be she's married, so she has things taken care of for her because she has a husband. It may seem like a woman who is married with children doesn't have to work hard, but a lot of times her work is harder because she has to be a wife and a mother and a maid and a teacher, and and all of that includes being a janitor, a chef, and a prostitute for your husband in the bedroom, so a lot of women think that when you're in the life of prostitution that it may be harder, but a lot of times you are free from the responsibilities that a wife has, which a lot of times carries motherhood, which is not, it's not a glamorous thing, but it gives a woman status if it's done right in the confines of marriage. These are things that younger women envy about mature women or older women, that be careful of that. You want to learn from women who you admire. And when you don't know the difference between, admiration, and envy, you can be easily flattered. Okay. So don't be easily flattered. You know, don't need too many admirers. Need respect before admiration. If you're younger, and this is another thing that she's warning people of here. And I might just go through the list and talk about the T last. Um, she warns of this. With the flattery and the admiration. Be wary of females who need too much admiration and who are easily flattered, but don't really have any talent or skills or wisdom. This is her warning. It says here, healers, mediums, light workers, and psychics who claim to be the best, the only, and to be the solution. A lot of these marketing strategies are used by scam artists. So there are certain claims that scam artists will commonly make because it works versus things that a real witch, and I didn't say witch because a witch has real power and real authority. The same way a priestess has real power and real authority. So a witch or a priestess will in a wise state, in a state of power and authority, is not going to make certain grandiose claims, especially if they're not really aligned with the healing or destruction or the conjuring really needed. A lot of these claims are playing off common fears, anxieties, and insecurities that people have. So those of you who are seeking out readings and you're heartbroken, where you can't deal with it, and you're forking out money here and left and right, $50 here and there, $100 here and there, because you're going through different healers and psychics and light workers and mediums who are claiming that they did this and they did that, and getting false testimonies, or maybe one or two, and because you're so desperate to get that person back, or you're so desperate to put things back the way they are, or you can't cope with the traumatic situation that happened, where you need an immediate solution because your pain is so strong. That's when you run into scam artists, because they'll make certain claims. And she's warning you all, please be careful of scam artists in the heritage, in the community, particularly in Nigeria. There's more authentic voodoo happening from the Haitian, even Jamaican Obeah, and maybe Congo and other places, but there's more authentic voodoo happening, and there's a lot of Nigerian or pseudo Ifa people. I don't want to, a lot of them are scam artists. They're not real babalaos and mambos. They're not, really consulting the oracle for you. They're not really doing these things. And you'll know by how money hungry they are. So she's warning you all, use your intuition and understand that pain is a part of her. going through that pain, and especially that pain of heartache and heartbreak, where it's not a physical pain, but it can make you want to physically hurt or kill yourself because you're so heartbroken. That's Erzulie. That's a path of her crying and wailing and being in a constant state of mourning. That's Erzulie. So beware of seeking out a painkiller through readings and tarot divination and getting different readings and things done because you're seeking a painkiller. You need to seek out Erzulie when you're going through that, or you need to seek out the Most High and read the Bible about artists, know how to use psychology and how to make claims that will appeal to your insecurity and appeal to your pain, and they're there for money. So be careful of people who claim that they're giving a free reading, but then they start to ask for money. A real priest or witch may give out free readings because of the celestial alignments, and they want to give back, and because we know the value of recycling energy, and because we receive something and now we want to give back and keep our blessings flowing through that. A real witch is not going to therefore ask for money. We may ask for a donation or a recommendation, but when you do a free reading, do the reading. And if you are receiving a free reading, if they start to ask for money in an aggressive way, if they remind you of how you can support them if you enjoy your reading, that's one thing. Everyone has to eat and should for their work. But if someone's offering you something for free, they should not expect anything returned from you. They should be understanding that in sacred economics, our prosperity comes from the Most High, who brings us the clients to help, because our wisdom and our powers of divinity should be coming from on high, not unclean lesser sources that will manipulate. So she says here, be careful of these so-called mediums or whatever that are playing off of common fears and anxieties that aren't spiritual but human conditions. So know the difference between a spiritual condition and a human one. A lot of spiritual conditions will deal with demonic possession, paranormal activity in the home, or someone who is seeking some form of initiation. These are spiritual conditions. Another spiritual condition could even be a recent loved one passed and that person wants to cope. But human conditions are heartbreak, loss of job, argument with friends, even loved ones dying. That's still a human condition, but it involves the spirit realm. Being broke, being lied to, being stolen from, having to go to court for something, wanting your marriage to improve. These are human conditions. These are not spiritual conditions. And when you seek out spirituality for a human condition, you will run into scam artists. Well, when you seek out the Most High for a human condition, you're going to receive what you need, or the messages or the resources that will help you deal with that condition in the best way. She's warning some of you all are getting too many readings done and you're not calling on her. Your heart is broken and she's connecting to you through your heartbreak, through your tears, through losing a love. A lot of you all, you want these things, you want all this spiritual power, but when you get it, you can't handle it. A lot of you want, she's saying that so many of you women, you females, she's saying you want youthful femininity. You want to be able to get attention from men everywhere you go. You want to be able to look good in anything you wear, but you can't handle the attention. You can't handle being constantly objectified. That's why there is an aspect of her that is an actual doll incarnate. And that's where the voodoo doll comes from. It's under Erzulie's mystery of love. Because for a voodoo doll to work, you need empathy. That's why the voodoo doll is Erzulie. And to make one, you're dealing with an aspect of her. And that also boils into the aspect of witchcraft and the puppets that were made in England or Angleterre, and the aspects of Erzulie that are English or British or from those isles. All right. You want to look good in anything you wear or don't wear, but you can't handle being objectified by men. You want to be admired constantly, but you don't have the duafe or the hygiene or the style to keep the attention that you want to receive or to keep the admiration. You don't have the uniqueness or the remarkable character that will cause people to admire you in a lasting way. You're superficial. She's saying some of you women, you want husbands and you want men, but you don't know how to cook, you don't know how to clean, you don't know how to nurture a man. You don't know how to be humble and to be quiet and how to lesser yourself so he can take the lead. She's saying that some of you women, you want the powers of love and you want to go around wearing pink all the time and to act like video vixens. Or she's saying that you want the powers of sexuality and essentially prostitution, but she's saying you can't deal with it when your heart is broken, when you fall in love with a man who chooses another woman, or when you fall in love with a man who dies, or a man who leaves you with a baby, or a man who's sent off to war. She's saying you want the powers of being attracted, but you can't handle the reality of what that entails. All of this is about love. And she's saying that too many women want her power and they don't know what love is. They don't embody love. They have no love. And you don't love yourself enough to embody Erzulie. She's saying the love she has is so strong and it's so powerful that no one will be able to love you in return. And a lot of you women don't want that part. You want the glamorous part of her getting attention from men. You want her power to compete with her sisters, she's saying. You want her power, you want my power to compete with my sisters. And she's warning of the reception right now. There's a reception of sisters, and she wants us to mingle with each other to test how much intuition you all have as to whether or not this is, you know her well enough. Do you know her well enough? Are you receptive to her real energy? Or are you full of another spirit where you hate her? And remember, you hate one of her, you hate all of her. So this is the La Société des Jolies. This is the sisterhood reception. And she's calling the reception to test and see who is embodying sacred femininity under the power of love. Who really has that love and who really knows how much pain love can cause, and embodying love where it is reflected as feminine youth, feminine beauty, feminine power, feminine wisdom. Or are you confused or flattered, by women giving you admiration or my, and that's the other thing she's saying about the human conditions. Spirit, like I said, bringing human conditions into spiritual system. Are you still thinking like a human woman, Or have you transcended that need to get in where you fit in a male-dominated society, and that fight to remain youthful and feminine and beautiful for the intention of competing with other women for men? If you are so corrupted by male dominance that you desire to use her power to compete with the women who should be your sisters, she's warning those of you. And she's warning the priestesses, know the difference between these type of women. Because we're in a time right now where spirituality is tricky, because there's so many people who have been deceived by unclean spirits. And that's why the next part of this upload is going to be talking about certain people to avoid, certain character traits and personalities that she wants the sisterhood to avoid. So we'll get into that, but she says here, spirituality should be used to control yourself and to honor your ancestors, honor your heritage and the Most High. Controlling others can backfire. That's why she says healers, mediums, light workers, psychics who claim to be the best, to be the only, and to be the solution, who are playing off your insecurities, anxieties, and fears. Whereas witches work with real ancestral energies that run through our blood. It's not something we have to make a pact with. It's something that has honored us. Therefore, we honor it because it has always played a role in our life. And we are giving back to that because it's the aspect of the Most High that we are given the authority to deal with. We have authority, but it doesn't mean we are God. It doesn't mean we're Christ. We have authority to deal with certain aspects of God and our own rights. But we will always know that there's always someone else you can go to. There's always someone else who may be more local, who may be wiser, who may have a understanding that's more particular. So that's why you're never going to claim I'm the only one or the only solution and the best. No, because there's never it doesn't have to be one solution. Now, there's people who you may be sent to where you're the person I need this reading from, because you'll get the certain signs that say, okay, I want this person to give you wisdom, because that particular priest or priestess is embodying a certain mystery of the Most High that's directly going to help you. That doesn't mean they're the only one. The spirits are not limited to human concepts. So these are, again, know the difference between things that a real witch will say and understand versus scam artists. Witches work with real spirits. This is the best way to seek spirituality for those of you who are listening who are not priestesses, who do get readings and seek out readings. When you're working with a witch or a priestess, beware, especially when you're working with a witch or someone who's claiming to be a witch, and is not disguising her power, is telling you where her power comes from. Beware and be cautious, because of the authority of a witch is not bound to certain falsehoods that other people bind themselves to when they make claims to have powers that they weren't born with. A witch is not bound to falsehood. So a witch does not have to be nice to you. A witch does not have to work with you or help you. So it says, she's saying, beware and be cautious when you work with witches, because if you don't have the right respect, if you don't pay respect, if you don't make some type of offering, but you receive genuine help and healing from a witch, and you've done nothing to reciprocate that or respect him or her, you need to beware. Because whatever healing you got can reverse threefold at least. things can backfire. And if that witch is not dealing with a Christ-like attitude of turning the other cheek and things like that, that witch can intentionally and within his or her rights take back that healing, and you will, and reverse it, or give it to someone else who did pay respect, and you'll be in a worse condition than you were, not because they cursed you, but because you probably went on to receive and to be in a better situation after that healing. And when they take it away, you're going to be worse off because you accumulated more and you had more to lose than when you saw that witch and got help. So she's saying beware and be cautious when you're working with a witch, because witches have real power, and you may get what you ask for, which a lot of times most humans can regret getting what they ask for because of the lack of wisdom in wanting what we want, or what we think we want, because of that copycat attitude of I see someone else having this, so I want it. Be careful of that. She's warning, if you're working with a witch, the best thing to do is to receive a recipe or a spell and do it on your own. You do the work. But if you have a witch do the work for you, you're going to be bound to that witch. And if you don't really have respect for him or her, if you don't really have good intentions and have real reception, things can backfire. So be careful of thinking that. And what she's basically saying is, a lot of you think that you're manipulating women who are witches, and you're not. A lot of you think you're getting over on women who are witches, or you think that, and again, priestess is another word for witch, so to speak. But a lot of you think that you're getting something for nothing, and that, when, and to the priestesses listening, especially priestesses of Erzulie, of Oshun, know that whenever someone does not present an offering first and foremost, or whenever someone does not ask you how much does it cost, or what can I do to talk to you, to speak with you, when someone doesn't ask what can they do for you, or someone, when someone comes to you to try to get something for nothing, and they're not trying to work with you, unite with you, help you in a reciprocal way, or pay for their service, you automatically are dealing with someone who envies you. They envy you, and they think that, okay, this person is nice and they're naive and they're powerful and they're doing it for free because they care, so they must be stupid, and I'm going to try and get this power or get this energy or learn so I can turn around, and they'll probably do it that same day. Some people do it same day. Some people, it may take a few days or a few weeks. Sometimes it may take a few months. But that same person, a person who has nothing to offer, at the very least real respect, that person is going to try to act like you. They're going to be dressing like you. They're going to start doing tarot card readings. They're going to start wearing your same hairstyle. They're going to start doing whatever it is that you do that they've never done prior or never tried to. So she's saying, she's saying something here about copycats. Yes, Erzulie wants to warn women to be careful of women who have nothing to offer you, because a woman who has nothing to offer you, she has nothing to give and nothing to receive. The empty woman, particularly, Because men, this is not something you find men doing often. Very rarely will a man admire another man and then copy him. The male instinct will admire a man and want to be his protege. Then if he's rejected in a certain way, then a man may do what he feels he needs to do to prove his worth, which oftentimes can become competitive. But the man's intention is to prove his worth to that man he admires. Beware of women, particularly who are audacious, who have nerve, who are competitive and attention seeking. People drawing unnecessary attention to themselves are dangerous. They are embarrassing, and this is in public settings. These people will embarrass you. They can be unruly. They can give you a bad reputation because of the way that they behave in public settings. And if you're seen with them, one, you can get caught in that particular drama, or because you associate with them, you can also be considered a whore or lazy or whatever this person's considered as. You will be looked at as the same if you're constantly running with this person. So what she's saying is, people with audacity, with nerve, who are competitive and attention seeking, they will steal your shine or try to, and they'll show envy for your success, and they'll do things without empathy. That's the key thing. When someone wants something for nothing, that's automatically showing signs of a psychopath. Psychopaths have no empathy. So they cannot put themselves in another person's position before making a decision and having that level of morality that gives them that balance to say, I don't want this done to me, therefore I will not do it to someone else. There's times where you may be in a desperate position or a very tricky position where you have to go against your morality or laws and statutes because the outcome will be better. But that is still a decision to not have faith. Going against your morals because you're in a dire circumstance does not make you a psychopath. Having no morals does. So when a person wants something for nothing, or when a person has no respect and when a person has no ability to gauge and respect the divinity that you're holding, which could be the Loa that lives in you, or the Orishas that are guarding you and on your shoulders and head, or the Most High Holy Spirit that works through you, or the position of a saved bride of Christ. When a person can't respect the divinity that you're exuding, not your own ego. This has nothing to do with your ego and what you think of yourself. It has to do with, I have something that is sacred, so I'm not going to put a price on it. When a person comes and they know they can't gauge how sacred it is, where they think that they can steal it or take it, or where they think, oh, this person is stupid. They have no empathy. And it takes a person who has no empathy, who is, again, at some level of a psychopath, to disrespect the Most High, to disrespect divinity that has no price on it. That's why people will fear you when you are exuding an uncanny beauty. It almost scares them, because they have never had that level of beauty or Holy Spirit living in them. And sometimes the level of wickedness that they have living in them, it will scare them to see what we're talking about is God incarnate. Now, again, none of us are Christ. None of us have done that. But when someone can see God, an aspect of God living in you so much that that other people are invoked to honor it or recognize it, they're recognizing the Holy Spirit, the Most High. But when a person has no empathy, no intuition, no recognition for a higher power. You're dealing with a psychopath, an atheist. And this is a person who is a copycat. This is why Erzulie is saying right now, be mindful of people who think that they're getting something from nothing from you as a witch or as a priestess. When you're you know, doing work on behalf of the Most High, on behalf of the ancestors and things. People who have audacity and people who have nerve will steal your ideas. They'll meet you, and these are things that I've had happen, but I'm sure some of you all have had happen too. They'll steal your ideas shamelessly. They will meet you and then start to call themselves a priestess or a witch or a healer, whatever. They will start to change their modality or their structure or their lifestyle, especially if they are making money, if they're a business person of some sort. They will start to change their marketing strategy based on what you do because they see you getting attention. So they will start to claim to be a witch, a priestess, a high priestess, when they're not. They just met you. They see your ability to make money off of your divinity, even though you're not doing it with that intention. And they will steal that because they want to make money or because they want more clientele. Why do they want more clientele? Most times to make money. People who have nerve will meet you, admire you, envy you, then go talk shit about you. Or will go or will make fun of you and try to get other people to do the same, and then turn around and paint their nails that same color that they were making fun of you for wearing, or wear that same hairstyle that they made fun of you for wearing, or go and try and put together that same outfit. And people who have this type of nerve and audacity, guaranteed they will fuck your man or try to. Or your woman. There are men who deal with Erzulie too. So I know that there's probably men listening. This is geared toward the sisterhood, but I so to speak, I've seen it, and I've heard, doing consultations, and I've heard a lot of situations too where, like I said, men are competitive in different ways. But when it comes to people with audacity, with nerve, people who are unnaturally competitive or excessively competitive and attention seeking, they will try to degrade whoever is more powerful than them, whoever is more natural, who gets more natural attention. They'll try and push you out, push that person out, and then take over that aura like a copycat to get that attention. Please be careful. Erzulie is not a copycat. That's something that demon possessed women do, and that's something that psychopaths do. So Erzulie wants to start talking to you about the psychology that belongs to her loa, that intuition that becomes psychology. And that's why she knows the difference between dressing like a hoe and being provocative. But it also deals with, you may not look at someone who's as a psychopath, who's doing, not like doing good in business, but that is, I don't condone hating on successful people, because that's a form of envy. But what I'm saying is, in a society that's already unclean and backwards, We have a lot of people who have psychopathic traits in psychology who become successful in this society because this society requires or it is psychopathic, it is oppressive and racist and sexist, and you can get ahead in certain ways. So there are some people who will literally get ahead by trying to shut you out and doing everything that you do, and they'll keep doing that just to get ahead. That person has no empathy. They don't care about how you feel, and they don't care about genuinely having that genuine power to offer and to heal with. All they care about is attention, which often translates into more money if they're a business person. So remember, stealing, cheating, lying, and copycatting someone, that's a sign of a psychopath. I don't care if it has to do with getting more business. If you are competing with someone who is healing other people, who has real power, and you think that you have the right to go call yourself priestess or call yourself this or that or claim to be this or that, and some, you know, she wants she wants you to know the difference between reaching a new level of practice and authority and growing into your wings and growing into your priestesshood and receiving a new level of wisdom, where now that you've received this wisdom or this mystery, you recognize it. For example, wearing pink. That's something that's common that will happen when you deal with Erzulie. It can happen in different ways, but a lot of women who are dealing with her or receiving her, embodying her, at some point you may deal with the color pink. Now, she wants you to know the difference between earning a level of wisdom and now, okay, now I'm wearing pink. And now that I'm wearing pink and I've earned the mystery of why pink is one of her colors, I'm starting to notice other women wearing pink. That is something that it's like when you buy, if you buy a car and you buy a car that's a Honda Accord and it's silver, something that will naturally happen psychologically in your mind will, you have this car now, this silver Honda Accord, and now you notice every other silver Honda Accord that was made in 2003, or that has the same make, model, and year as your car. You notice it now because you see your reflection more, because you've grown into something. You're now embodying something, and so you can recognize it in others easier. That's growth, activation, initiation, and gaining more power and wisdom. Being able to recognize that newfound wisdom in ways that you didn't recognize it before, because now your eyes are open to it. That's one thing. That's spiritual growth. What she's talking about here is, when it comes to being a copycat, is she's talking about encountering a female who you just met, and within 3 weeks, 3 days, 3 months of you meeting that female, sometimes men, but men operate a little differently. Now that female who you didn't know, who did not know you, and who was not doing anything that was that had to do with being a priestess, or who wasn't doing tarot before, you met this female a lot of times in a certain setting, in a group setting or whatever, things like that, and and this female receives you or acts like she's receiving you, or sometimes she may be rejecting you, but a lot of times she's giving you some false flattery or acting like she receives you, or she's receiving you because everyone else is. But within 3 weeks, three months, or 3 days, this female is now wearing your hairstyle, dressing like you, acting like you, claiming to be a priestess of something or anything when she was not making those claims before, claiming to be a witch when she was not making those claims before meeting you. That's a psychopath. That is not a healer. That is somebody who will do anything to put on a facade. There are different levels to that. But if a person really cares about their money and their clientele and prosperity, they're gonna work harder at what they're doing. But to dabble in spirituality to make money, be careful of these people. People don't realize that copycatting, imitation is the biggest form of flattery. Okay, that's not something that Erzulie approves of. If you want to imitate somebody, imitate Christ. If you want to idolize somebody, idolize Christ. If you want to be like someone, be yourself. Trends are one thing, fashion, style, but to just, it's happened to me in high school. I'll tell you a quick story. In high school, I used to wear a bindi on my head, and I had all different colors. And I would always wear one, because my third eye was very active. And one day in high school, a white girl came, and this is not a girl who I talked to. I never talked to an associate. I went to a high school. We had like at least 2,000 students. So I didn't associate with her. She wasn't even in my same class level. But I saw her wearing a bindi. And I don't know if someone told me that, or I saw her one day walking into school doing it. And again, she was white too. And I believe I went up to her and flicked it off of her head or something like that. And then a couple of my friends, like, they laughed or whatever, because that was something that I was doing that I was not doing as a trend. And there's things that you should get permission from people before you copy. You don't have to. Everyone has free will. But remember, be careful what you wish for. So those of you who are copycats, and because you're competitive and because you're kind of a psychopath, and you need that much attention and you need that much drama, and you need that much admiration, really, that you're more concerned with getting attention than with you are being genuine. You get what you're gonna get. You get what you deserve. You get what you invoke. And it's only going to be so long before the people who you're helping under false pretenses are going to ask, who are you trying to be? Who can really help me? Or they're going to find that person who you're copycatting and get the real help that they need. Fashion can be mimicked. Power cannot. There's a few more things she wants to talk about. In terms of the brew that I have here, before I go on with different, with psychology, I'll just keep sipping the brew, but I might have to talk about that last. There's a few other types of people that she's encouraging people to avoid. And if anyone has any questions or comments, feel free to ask. I'm still doing oracle consultations, but there's a lot of information that Erzulie has been meaning to share. When it comes to people to avoid racist, racism can come in the form of being prejudiced, being bigoted. Some people believe that Black people can't be racist, when in reality, Black people are human and are just like everyone else and can be anything they want to be. There's a lot of people who genuinely don't believe that Black people can be certain things. Most of these people themselves are Black. So when it comes to racism and different forms of racism, avoid people who are racist, meaning people who blame their problems on racism, or who blame their personal problems on another race, or use racism as an excuse to why they can't be successful. Avoid people who believe that we are all the same. Does everyone need to drink water? Does everyone shit stink? Does everyone bleed red? Sure. But avoid people who don't have a natural respect for someone else's race. Avoid people who don't believe in racial preservation. Because a lot of times racism comes off as, all groupie love and we're all the same and we should all date and all get married and procreate, when a real person who is not actually racist, a lot of times will want to preserve their race because they love their race. Sometimes a racist person can dislike their own race and have a subconscious form of elevating another race. And sometimes racism can come off as, I think that I can make this race better by bringing my racial genetics into it. And sometimes racism is interracial dating. And man, I would have a beautiful baby if it was by this other race or that other race, or, things like. So be careful of racism that looks like, be careful of racism that can turn into a preference for another race, racism that can turn into a fetish, or racism that involves interracial dating. Because a lot of times when you are racist, you will objectify a race and marginalize a race and feel superior to that race, and when you really respect someone's race, you can learn about it without injecting yourself into it. There's a lot of white people who cannot, from a place of respect, learn about African traditions or African spirituality, or Black African people, without a sense of superiority. So everything's good and well until the moment where you want to talk about Black people in the absence of white people. This is how a lot of interracial dating works, where I believe that race is inferior to me, so I can objectify that race and I can inject myself into that race. But I don't like to see the people of this race thriving on their own. That makes me uncomfortable. So be careful of that form of racism where it looks like I love and respect this race, but really I'm afraid of seeing these people flourish without my authority. Very subtle. But again, we're dealing with Erzulie's intuition, not the modern psychology that has created a you know, the new world order. So avoid, and racism is a low vibration. So you have to be operating on a very low frequency, closer to hell, and closer to a survival instinct. The survival instinct, it stops at the willpower. It's the root chakra, which is red, and then the sacral chakra, which is the sexual chakra, which survival deals with procreation of the survival of the species. Survival of self is the root chakra. Survival of the species is the sacral chakra. Then you have willpower, which takes you out of the instinctual mode and adds your own intelligence. That's the yellow chakra at the gut. All right. So racism is a very low vibration, and a lot of it comes from a survival instinct. So when a person is in a state of victimhood and in a state of surviving instead of living, thriving, intellectual thought, empathy, the higher chakras, communication, they will see another race as a threat to their survival, or they will see another, they will be territorial. And so we'll see, you know, maybe another race as these people are taking all the resources, or, you know, these, you know, so that's a survival instinct, and it's extremely low vibration. And the once you get past that willpower chakra and are able to think intellectually, you won't have racist thoughts. You will critique society and you will make observations, but you will not have a fear of people who are different than you. Okay. So avoid people who are racist. It's an inferior vibration. Avoid people who curse too much. This is something I do. So you know, you know, I try not to do it too much in my uploads, but unless I'm really making a point, or unless I'm in my Mama Bridget phase, where Mama Bridget, okay, she'll go off. She done been and went off. She might come through at the end of this, but or Oya, which is even, whew, people who curse are cursed. So avoid people who use excessive profanity to explain things that don't require profanity. Sometimes, you know, you get in your mode, or you get passionate, and you may drop a F-bomb or say something like this, or you may be, you know, making a statement where, you know, or joke or something where you know, just telling the story requires a certain level of profanity to get the point across. Okay. People who are constantly cursing and constantly, for example, men who constantly and only refer to females as bitches, no matter who the woman is, especially a man who will go so far as to call his own mother a bitch. Usually, a man who has this level of disrespect for women, his mother didn't love him properly, or he could have undergone some form of molestation. Usually that hatred for women comes from something that happened at a young age with women. In some circumstances where a man is very emotionally unstable, it could just come from having a bad experience with a black woman. Most men don't look at white women as bitches. White women are not subjected to hatred from men the way black women are. So the reason I'm saying, and I'm talking about black people, so to speak, but you black men hate black women for the most part. And black men can be very threatened by black women in a lot of ways. And that's where a lot of that hatred comes from. A lot of it comes from the castration and wanting to demean us and keep us in a place of inferior to him, because he feels inferior to society, namely white men. So a lot of that hatred is self-hatred that he projects on the woman because the woman is the weaker vessel. So the most Black men have this ideology that white women are superior to him, and because white men are superior to him. So he has this ideology of, I can brutalize Black women and get away with it. And I will do this to make myself feel the superiority that white men feel. So when I say that a Black man can have had a negative experience with a Black woman, most of the times it would have to be his mother. But in rare cases, he could have just had his heart broken or had an experience where that triggered his psychological disorder, where now he hates all women and all women are bitches because that one woman broke his heart. Most of the time it stems from childhood trauma. Nonetheless, avoid these people. Avoid people who curse constantly, because people who curse constantly, they themselves are cursed. And a lot of times they're uneducated. New psychology, new age, new world order, don't give in to all these new fallacies that say, oh, people who use profanity tend to be smarter and higher intelligence. If you believe that, you'll believe anything. You really will. It takes discipline to not do what's easy. And doing what's easy does not signify intelligence or problem-solving skills. It signifies mental laziness. How does mental laziness and intelligence become congruent? You get psychopaths determining society, psychology, the new world order. Our society is run by psychopaths and racists and sexists, but in reality and in spiritual authority, avoid people who curse too much. A lot of times they're uneducated, so they're full of a lot of demons, because an idle mind is the devil's playground. So if a person's mind is not constantly active and they're not educating themselves where they can express themselves with higher intellect instead of just base emotion, that's a form of demon possession that you need to avoid that person. They can't control their tongue, which means something has their tongue. And another thing, I don't want to do the motion, but you'll see Cardi B doing it a lot. You'll see some rock stars doing it a lot. The sticking of the tongue out, that satanic symbol of the sticking of the tongue out. That's a person who's cursed. The sticking the tongue out, and with a satanic look. It represents Kali. In a way, Kali is a demon goddess who does that, but it's a form of demonic possession, and it also shows that this person is not in control of what they say. Now, I use Cardi B as an example because I've seen recently with a lot of people making so many memes. A lot of these memes are showing her with her tongue sticking out, but I've seen her do it in a fashionable way, not just, oh, I got caught in the middle of the interview talking. No, I'm sticking my tongue out long like Kali, like other artists do. And Cardi B is an artist who is known to talk about things that degrade the Black race, things that saying racist things against Black women, which probably has to deal with the demon that's inside of her. Revealing things that are criminal activities that she did as a prostitute. Lyrics in general. I'm not saying that she's not talented. I'm not saying that she's not an artist. What I'm saying is that's an example of a person who's cursed and who does not have control over their tongue. The constant profanity and things. Avoid these people, and avoid people, of course, who are sticking out their tongue like that. You don't want to deal with that form of demonic possession, where a person is not control of what they say, because your words hold vibrations just like your thought does. But the word Words hold more vibration because now you're projecting it out and you're speaking it into existence. So a person who's constantly using profanity is cursed, and you would want to avoid that person. If you wouldn't speak to the Most High like that, or speak to your own parents like that, or a judge who determines your livelihood, why would you speak? Why do you want to speak to anyone like that? Treat other people with respect. She's saying avoid people who have a distrust for true beauty. So this is people who don't trust beautiful women just because they're beautiful. This is not someone who sees manipulation. Okay. Okay. So people who don't trust true beauty. She's saying avoid people who think that, and this a lot of times can come from hyper religiosity, too much religion, too much indoctrination, and too much fear of the unknown, or too much fear of what you don't understand, which again is that's that racist vibration that we're talking about, which can lead to sexism. So what we're talking about is a form of sexism now. People and true beauty, I'm talking about as in the form of a woman. Because again, there's double standards for men. So a man is often considered handsome. Maybe as a child or a baby, he may be considered beautiful, but usually men are socialized to be handsome. Not so much in the rise of homosexuality, but that's going to be the next topic. True beauty is a woman who is natural, or she has very little enhancements. Her makeup does not create a feature, it simply enhances one that she has, to the point where you cannot tell she has makeup on. There's been a couple times where I've went to photo shoots and the makeup artist skipped over me because she assumed I was already made up and I had not 1 ounce of makeup on. That's true beauty. And it doesn't have to be flirtatious. True beauty doesn't have to smile. True beauty doesn't have to prove a point. True beauty doesn't have to dress provocatively. All right? True beauty doesn't have to say a word, but true beauty doesn't remain silent. True beauty is slightly beyond just being beautiful naturally, but it has a lot to do with it. True beauty glows in a comparable way. True beauty glows where it doesn't mean, true beauty does not make other people ugly. True beauty just draws attention to itself. And true beauty can pass by and a person not see you coming, but the energy that you're bringing, they will turn around and look to see, where is this feeling coming from? Where did this power that I feel come from? Where did this freshness or this healing energy come from? And they'll look around and they'll see a naturally beautiful woman with no pretenses. So when people don't trust natural beauty and they attribute ulterior motives to somebody who is simply beautiful on the inside and out and is living a lifestyle where they radiate, and which means in their private life they are doing things so holy and beautiful that they radiate on the outside, where you don't even have to see them coming, you can feel the Holy Spirit around them. That's true beauty. People who don't trust true beauty are inferior, meaning they have fear of what they don't understand. That's a definition of inferiority. And that it's a part of human nature, but people fear what they don't understand. You know, when you're on a lower, more survival instinct vibration. And if a person fears beauty in its natural state, this can also deal with artistic nudity, not pornographic nudity, but nudity where it's artistic and it's an expression of femininity, not an expression of sexuality. And even it can be sensual, but it's not about having sex. It's about, viewing an aspect of the Most High. We are made in the image of the Most High. Men are made in God's image. Women are made in the image of the man. So, nudity in an artistic way can be a form of true beauty too. And when a person gets mad because someone else has true beauty, or when a person doesn't trust it, or a person tries to lie about true beauty and say this person is evil and this person's wicked and this person this and that, or they just don't trust and they feel like because they witnessed unadulterated beauty that there's something wrong. Avoid these people. Avoid people, because a person who fears true beauty is not aligned with the Most High. They've never they don't know the Most High or the ancestors or power. And if a person has an unhealthy fear of the Most High, it means they don't have that healthy fear of the Most High that we all should have, that governs our morality. So as Julie is saying, avoid people who are afraid of naturally beautiful women, whose beauty goes beyond the features and the physical attractiveness, but it boils over into an energy where even after she's gone or out of sight, you feel her. The people who want to attribute something negative or evil to a naturally beautiful woman, who is just gifted and humble, these people have no fear of Jah, and they oftentimes are hosting a demon that can be bound by, they're oftentimes hosting a demon of falsehood that can be exposed when true beauty enters the room. So if a person sees that power of a truly naturally beautiful, humble woman, and they fear it, whatever demon they're hosting can be exposed and bound by that woman, by her genuine nature. So that's why you need to avoid people who talk shit about someone that they don't know but have only seen. 9 times out of 10, it's a beautiful woman who has spiritual authority over the demon inside that person. It's like 2 hours now and I still have so much to talk about. If anyone has any questions, let me know. I'm just gonna go ahead and get in my mode. Now we're going to talk a little bit more about men. And this will be more so for the sisterhood and the priestesses, you know, there are certain types of men that, and again, these can be both men and women, but there's certain types of men that she wants us to avoid. Now, going back to when I mentioned how a lot of women, mostly women, will be competitive. It's mostly women who have a trait of being a copycat. Mostly women, they will see another woman who they admire and envy, and they will try to be like that woman. Whereas a man will more so try to get the approval of that man that he admires, or even a woman. But it takes a certain man to try and get a woman's approval in this day and age. Whereas a woman, if she meets a man she admires or a woman she admires, most likely she's either going to copycat that woman without that woman's approval, or she's going to try to sexually manipulate that man, so he can feel the way about her that she feels about him, instead of simply appreciating what it is about him. Sometimes women, that you may like to see a man in movies or in music, you celebrities, but you know, sometimes there are men that are tangible. He could be a pastor that you listen to or go to church. He could be, you know, a public speaker, someone in the community who you work with, or most likely for. So you see, when a woman admires a man, women are a lot more dishonest and manipulative, because the feminine principles of eros, which is the erotic zone, is what women operate in typically. And we're talking about hormones, and the masculine hormone allows men to operate in a state of logos, or logic. Now, eros and logos are Latin terms, but we're talking about the erotic zone that women operate in, and the logical zone that men operate in. So a woman is more likely to compete with another woman in any circumstance. And a woman's instinct is to compete for a man. Whereas a man's instinct is to compete for approval and authority. Yes, that what I'm talking about now is human psychology. Yeah, men will compete to get a woman, but we're talking about in settings as to why sisterhood is not natural among women in a male-dominated society. In African culture, there was a time, and still is, and now in you know, and I believe in African cultures and other cultures that are less Americanized, and not so globalized with new world orders, pedophilia, which is a huge reason why women are competing, and it's not talked about. Erzulie talks about the realities, things that other women are too embarrassed to talk about, because because they feel like it exposes the burdens of womanhood. When pedophilia, a man's preference for a young girl, now let's call it what it is, it's pedophilia. A man's preference for a woman that he can manipulate and control sexually, a woman he can lie to and objectify. That's what we're talking about here, pedophilia. Pedophilia is the reason why women compete with each other. And Erzulie knows and understands these things on both ends of the spectrum. So that's to say, sisterhood is not natural the way brotherhood is. And I had an interesting discussion with shout out to Falcon Eye about I want to credit him to this information that, you know, him mentioning it and confirming, where he's seen in a lot of circumstances where women will gang up on that one woman in the group who's different, who disagrees, who looks better than everyone. Women will gang up on that one woman in the group who's different than everyone else, and they will ostracize her. Whereas men unite naturally. Men have a more natural respect, and men do not become afraid of another man's differences as much as women do. So women are very much more catty, so to speak. And you know, the dog, if we're comparing cats and dogs or wolves, canines, are pack animals, and men can work in groups and together, and especially in the absence of women, because a lot of times men don't become competitive until it's time to compete for the right to mate with a woman, or for sports, which is a healthy form of competition that generates manhood and discipline. Women naturally like to compete with each other. Women are very territorial. Women like to be the only one and the best one and the most this and the most that. Some of that has to do with male dominated society. Some of that has to do with feminine nature. So the way to kind of overcome this natural competition that women, especially Black women, are in over resources, which are male resources, competing over male resources, is to recognize the male dominated aspects in society that perpetuate female competition. Number one, colorism in the caste system, and pitting Black women against white women, or dark women against light women. That came from a male dominated society. That was not something that women started. That was something that, if you want to know the history, when the Spanish came, and to Dahomey, and they saw how beautiful the twin princesses were, and they took them to Spain. They were deciding which one to take, and they decided that the albino one was more beautiful than the complected one. So when I say that pitting light women against dark women started with men, if you know the actual Pataki of how Freda and Danto, you know, as sisters were dealt with, you will understand that the Spanish, who came essentially kind of like as conquerors, decided that the one that looked more like them was the most beautiful. Sometimes it's in the other way, where a man decides the one who doesn't look like me is more beautiful, because I don't see her as competition. I see her as something I can control. I'm objectified. So a lot of times, beauty to a man is, what can I objectify the most? Nonetheless, however you understand it, pitting women against each other based on color, which essentially becomes based on race, is that's something that keeps a male dominated society going, and it's something that continues to allow men to use color to degrade certain women. A man can use color to degrade a woman and to keep an abusive relationship with her and to threaten her by saying, well, I'm going to go with the women of this color because I'm going to attribute certain qualities to women of this color, not because it's true, because I want to degrade the woman that I'm with. Because a lot of men have this inclination to degrade a woman because he's afraid of the power she holds over him sexually. You know, so that's the first thing when talking about certain men not to deal with. When you're a daughter of Erzulie, when you're a priestess, and this a lot of this will go for women in general, but first thing she wants to talk about here, and again, knowing how to detect men who are seeking to control women in an unhealthy way, that's one of the things that will generate the sisterhood. And she's saying the sisterhood because she recognizes that all women in the sisterhood, in terms of brides of Christ, are not going to be of African descent. So that's not to say in the mysteries or La Société des Julies, these are all these are African genetic characteristics. These are the mysteries. But when you're talking about the types of morality that those hosting the Loa spirit or that bride of Christ energy, again, it's going to go beyond color and race because that's a survival vibration. When you get higher in spirituality, the Most High is not limited. And there's a lot of spirits who are limited in how they can incarnate. That's why some can be bound and have to be conjured a certain way or influence you to do certain things because they are limited. But the higher you get, there's no limitations to your ability to unite with sisterhood. And when you're dealing with being Christ-like, that's going to go beyond race. So when but some of this will be geared toward Black women who are dealing with things in this society and the ancient heritage of this too. Thing I have here is to one more thing she said with the women. We're gonna move on to the men real quick, but she said, don't fake or pretend to like someone unless you get paid for it. And that was kind of the final say as far as speaking to about women and women's mysteries and principles and how to deal with women and how to gauge the reception and the sisterhood. Don't fake pretend to like someone unless you're getting paid for it, which means you're either in a work setting where you're required to get along and work as a team, or you're actually an actor or actress. Morality shouldn't be questioned by society, be ye separate. So if you are put off by someone for whatever reason, Erzulie represents intuition. She's calling you, go with your intuition and don't deny it. Don't expose yourself or don't start drama, but don't pretend. Be separate and do your best to do that, because there's something in your intuition and probably in your spirit, your actual spirit, your temple, telling you that it may not be visible immediately, but there's something about this person that maybe you just don't get along with. But when you're at a priestess level, there's probably something going on in there that your spirit is saying this person's hosting something unclean, demonic, um, dealing with some form of evil, or this person is my enemy. And maybe that person is acting or faking the funk, but your spirit is telling you, something's putting me off. That person's probably an enemy. They probably have already put things in gear, whether it be gossip or something else to sabotage or disrespect you, and you're just picking up on it. And if they don't know you, it could be that they've already disrespected your God or your ancestors in a certain way where it's telling you this person is against the spirit this person's hosting is in conflict with the spirit or the ancestors that I'm hosting. So that's the another thing. Always go with your intuition and don't fake the funk. Unless you're getting paid and your livelihood or your job depends on it. All right, so types of things to avoid when dealing with men. Now, this is another thing that can go both hand in hand. Transgenderism. Cross-dressing and people who are self-named or self-proclaimed with a name that is of the opposite sex. Now there are some names, of course, that are androgynous. There are some names that can, that a male or a woman can have, and they're names that have no gender. Throughout cultures. We're not talking about that. We're talking about something like, for example, how Nicki Minaj refers to the spirit in her as Roman. How Nicki Minaj is a female and refers to and I've seen pictures of Nicki Minaj um that I find valid, where her skin was darker, she looked like a natural black woman, from the block or from the hood or whatever you may call it. A lot of these celebrities never are not from the hood, but and she got her skin, her hair is perm, whatever, and she looked natural aside from her perm. She looked natural, and that's why I do believe Nicki Minaj probably, what was a real woman, but a lot of these celebrities are men that are being presented as women. So that's one thing she's saying. Be be careful of transgenderism, where a female is hosting a male spirit or a male is hosting a female spirit. That a lot of times deals with Jezebel. Um, be careful of cross-dressing. We're not talking about fashion and things like that, but there's something like skinny jeans. That's a form of fashion that is leads to cross-dressing, because especially for black men, like Jay-Z has that line, can't wear skinny jeans because my knots don't fit. He's talking about his scrotum. um as we know, Africa is hotter, so the black man's scrotum hangs further from his body to keep the sperm from heating up. Therefore, black men generally have bigger penises, and black women, also generally, um not it's not that black women have looser genitalia, but it's black women have more of a thickness to us. That has to do with the climate and the fact that in cold climate, like in Europe, your body shrivels. and your skin condenses, and your hair changes, things shrivel up because the molecules want to vibrate closer together to create heat, to create more friction. So your body, shrivels in a way to create more friction, and that also deals with the genitalia. So that's why I say, particularly for Black men, skinny jeans would be a form of fashion that creates transgenderism, because it will literally keep your scrotum too close to your sac in a way that should not happen for men, and it can cause sterility because of that, because of the sperm being too hot for too long close to the scrotum in an unnatural way. Same thing with women. um you want to you there's some forms of androgyny that are just fashionable. Some people are fashionable, but you want to really avoid people who are really hosting a spirit um in denial or in defiance or in rebellion to the sex or gender, to more so the sex that they're born with. um There's a reason homosexuality was considered a mental disorder prior to the New World Order. Take that or leave it. I'm just giving the Erzuli's wisdom as it came to me. Um, she's, basically has breast, which is it's a sex organ in a way, because the breast is how a woman feeds the baby. And it has a penis, um, which is obviously the male sex organ. So the Baphomet it's an idol of a demon that is represented with both male and female sex organs and genitalia, and that's an aspect of Jezebel, or that deals with the transgenderism and the corrupting of the divine masculine and feminine. And so she's saying that avoid too much transgenderism, men who are hosting too much of a female spirit. um and this goes and this goes and this is the beginning of talking about what type of men to avoid, because when a man is hosting too much of a female spirit and believes he's a woman, he has no problem being violent toward a woman. He's not aware of his manhood masculinity or the God-given authority that men have. So he may have no problem hitting a woman. It doesn't always take a transgender, or who are not transgender. All right. So remember that what transgender is. Gender deals with masculine or feminine. It's the way you express your sex. Sex deals with what sex organ you have. There's male, there's female, and then there's hermaphrodites, which are intersex. The word hermaphrodite was coined from the Greek myths of Aphrodite and Hermes. So you get a hermaphrodite, which was the mixing of Hermes and Aphrodite, a form of masculinity and the divine feminine in Greek mythos. So intersex is a hermaphrodite, and that's the third sex, or it's a disfigurement, a disability, a deformity. So you have three genders: males design. We're talking about the biology the Most High created us with, and then you have androgyny, which deals with, you know, kind of being in the middle, dressing too. Fashion. People who are fashionable can be and can dress androgynous and sorry, I'm pausing because it's saying the connection's going in and out. When we're dealing with cross-dressing, we're talking about, you know, like Tyler Perry movies, you know, things that you see in Hollywood. We're talking about people who are, you know, maybe hosting some form of unclean spirit, some form of Baphomet or Jezebel, demonic possession. And Erzulie is just warning people to kind of avoid transgenderism, because it can deal with demonic possession, and it can deal with you can be dealing with men who believe that they're women and therefore will not take on the masculine traits when dealing with women, and that can be detrimental for women in ways. It goes beyond empathizing with women, and you know, it's not always that glamour that you see on TV or whatever, where you know you have a gay guy who's the dance instructor, or he's the makeup artist, the hairstylist, you know, and he's empathizing with all the ladies, or you know, he's giving all the tips, and you know, that gay guy friend who you can call on to protect you because he's a guy, but it's not always glamorous like that. You got a lot of men out here who will do some sick things because they have a twisted perception of women to the point where they're embodying it in an unhealthy way. You know, there's some gay men who engage with women in ways, you know, for example, spoiler alert, but I watched the show I May Destroy You. It's on HBO, but it's like a British show. It's English show that it's about two black girls in London, I believe, and they go on a trip to France, and you know, again, spoiler alert, but one of the girls has a threesome with two guys that she just meets, and then they just end up leaving. They didn't satisfy her. They just kind of she realizes after it's all said and done, because you know there was drugs involved, but she realizes after it was all said and done that they knew each other already, and they kind of had it planned out. So there's a lot of sick, twisted things that homosexual men can use women for when their main relationship is with another man, but a woman is just a filler, or she's still being objectified in a heavy way. So that we might have to go into more detail about some of that, but in another upload. But that's the first teaching, saying avoid transgenderism and cross-dressing. It's a sign of demonic possession, and people taking on names and characters, so to speak, in the opposite sex of themselves. Liars. Now, again, we're supposed to be talking about men, but I'm just, you know, so many notes. She's saying with liars, starting with phony looking females. This is going back to the sisterhood. So sorry about going all over the place. Starting with phony looking females and people exaggerating too much too often. People with excessive grandiose stories, illusions of grandeur, people who these people can tend to lie to themselves, gaslight, and use dishonesty to save face. So people who lie, where, you know, they can admit to being a liar, they can be telling you something, and they can admit to having lied to get ahead or get out of something or whatever. It is what it is. Sometimes a friend can confess something to you because they feel like you won't judge and they need to get something off their chest. This is where you really need to gauge whether or not this is a confession, so to speak. That's, you know, or whether or not this is someone's character, and they're always, you know, they themselves are always lying. um they're always exaggerating, trying to tell, you know, big grandiose stories about, you know, how wonderful they are, or how they are always coming out ahead, and, you know, things like that. When a person is proud of being able to manipulate others or get over as a criminal, or, you know, or get away with hurting other people, or get away with mistreating someone, and when a person's proud of getting away with things, um getting away with lies and stuff, that's the person you want to be careful of. Not a friend who's confessing or confiding in you about something that they did that they honestly feel guilty for, um you know, or feel uncomfortable about, so they want to talk about it. No, you know, people who lie for their job or on the job, or lie about this, or, you know, I hate, you know, with the climate we're in now, where people need to work, I hate to use this as an example, but I'm still going to, because it's the first thing that came to my head. For example, if someone who lies on a job application and gets the job, um, you know, some people, they need to work. Some people may have, you know, a certain status or whatever, you know, you know, immigrants or whatever, you know, people who you can kind of sympathize with a little bit. But when you're talking about someone who is unqualified to do the work, and they get the job, or namely get a position of authority on the job because they're white, or because they're, you know, they knew the right person, but they're actually underqualified for the job, and someone else would have been a better, there was a better applicant who didn't get the job because this person lied or schemed or manipulated. That's an example of, you know, liars, people who will lie, or, you know, lie, cheat, steal, whatever, to get ahead, to get what they want. Definitely avoid these type of people. It says starting with phony looking females and people exaggerating too much. Well, that deals with the sisterhood and the reception. um you know, as a sister of Erzulie, and among the sisterhood, we, you know, we don't want to be looking phony, and we don't want to rely on phoniness. We want to rely on character, and we want to rely on, you know, the mysteries, um but our natural selves, our true character. um Completely reconstructing your beauty and your image and your phenotype, um that's a form of lying, and that it belongs to Jezebel. And we want to avoid women who are so concerned with being able to manipulate, or be, you know, not more so much concerned, but you want to avoid women who are completely detached from their natural femininity, where creating an image is who they are, a lie. um there's, you know, there's times and there's places to put on an act and put on a show. You know, some people may be in certain industries where you're acting, you're modeling, you're doing certain things. But when it comes to who you are, and you don't want to have to rely on a facade. So avoid women who have to rely on certain things and techniques in order to constantly look a certain way, and who can't show you who they really truly are, and who can't leave the house in a natural state, um with confidence. So use discernment with that. For example, some women may have suffered from cancer of some sort, or something where they may have lost their hair, and they want to cover their hair up, or they want to wear a wig or whatever. So we want to be sensitive to that. But what I think you all can discern what I mean when you're dealing with a woman who's superficial, and it's her cosmetics are not medical, they're um dishonest. Okay. So going along with lying, though, exaggerating illusions of grandeur and grandiose stories, um, these people are, you want to avoid liars because they're oftentimes lying to themselves, and they can do something that's called gaslighting. That's a term I feel like is becoming more popular now, but it basically deals with a person who is trying to make you believe what you are saying is false when they're the liars. They want you to believe that your opinions or your experiences are not valid, that how you experienced the situation or the interaction with them mainly is not valid. Peace, everyone. Peace, sick of slaughter. Um, so when you're dealing with people who constantly lie to themselves, who will gaslight you to try and get you to a place where they can mold your mind. When a person gaslights you, they are getting you used to doubting yourself, so they can then mold your perception of reality. They're training you to be their hoe, and for them to be the pimp. Um, Except they're not planning on paying you for doing the things that they're pimping you or priming you to do for them. So people who are constant liars, oftentimes their relationships are based on lies, and it's based on using people. When you like I said, the example of lying on a job application or whatever. Um, when you're willing to just use people and step over people, and lie and cheat and steal to get what you want, and to get ahead, so often, why would you trust this person? Why do you want to keep people in your arena who you cannot trust? So um even using dishonesty to save face, if a person lies about how they feel, or what they want, and things like that, how can you trust that person to be honest with you? You know, what type of relationship are you really going to have with this person? It's best to just avoid them at all altogether, because constant lying, one, is a form of cowardice, it's manipulation, it's a form of being irresponsible and unaccountable. So people lying and gaslighting you, um this is a person who is not accountable for their actions, and they're going to have to constantly tell lies to get out of taking responsibility. And these are people who like to evade responsibility, and that leads, and then also that cowardice aspect, where you don't want to be around cowards, because a coward will not stand up for you, They probably won't even stand up for themselves, um, or for what's right. Lying is a sign of cowardice, and you don't want cowardice around you. You want bravery. And it takes bravery to speak up for what's right. It takes bravery to speak up for being saved, accepting Christ as your Lord and Savior, and maintaining that morality. It takes bravery to stand up for other people who are being mistreated. Now, when a person is constantly trying to flee reality because they want to flee being accountable and taking responsibility for their actions, that leads to escapism. So that level of immaturity and escapism, this is another reason to avoid liars, because um restlessness, or what I meant to say was another type of person to avoid, um and especially this is kind of talking to women about men, um restlessness, people who are restless, um because restlessness, it can be a symbolic of a habitual liar. Restlessness is escapism, constantly trying to escape, not feeling comfortable being one place for too long. That person subconsciously is aware that everywhere they go, they create enemies, because they are liars and cheaters and stealers and manipulators. So the person like that, they're aware that they are constantly creating enemies, because being aware of that supports them. Being aware of your feelings doesn't. Having empathy and sympathy doesn't. But knowing that they have enemies, that will keep them getting ahead. So when a person's restless, that could be a symbolic of you're constant life. You're trying to escape things. You don't want to stay any place too long. Um, you're afraid of karma. So avoid people who are too restless, where they're so restless where they can't be productive, they can't be responsible, because that's a person who, that restlessness is probably a result of and the cause for their habitual lying and needing to constantly move, because you don't know when karma's going to hit you. You don't know when someone who you lied to or cheated on or hurt is going to catch up to you, or when you're going to see that person again. So people who are constant liars, in order to keep up the constant facade, they can only keep certain amount of people where they can lie to, or people who have just accepted to deal with their bullshit. And they have to constantly meet new people. They have to constantly get new women, because their relationships, they have to constantly get new jobs, because their relationships end. And a lot of times they end based on lying and cheating and manipulating, and based on creating enemies. Um, yeah, so restlessness, the need to escape, the constantly moving around, fear of lies, deceit, fear of karma catching up to them. Another thing that restlessness represents, and habitual lying, it represents having a legion of demons in your midst, or that you're possessed by. Having a legion of demons, that if you hanging out with people who are liars and people who are restless and can't be still, because being still is a sign of peace. And if a person's restless and they can't be still, they're not at peace. And when a person is not at peace, they're wrought with guilt. Anxiety and stress come from situations out of your control, but you can still find peace in faith. and doing what you can do, and letting what will be. But there's a restlessness that comes from not being at peace because you worked up too much bad karma. Not being at peace, not being able to be still because you don't you know, because any day your karma is going to catch up to you, and avoiding people like that will keep you from getting caught up in their karma when it hits you. If you have these people around you in your midst and you're connecting to them, bonding with them, spending time with liars like this, restless people like this, not at peace, when the karma hits or retribution comes or justice is served, you don't want to be caught up in it, and that and caught up in their reputation. um Other types to avoid. So this one is interesting, but she's saying here, and for those who just got here, I'm, like the title says, I'm sipping a brew that I made called Minty Sweet Sisterhood. I'm talking about some mysteries of Erzulie and some messages that she's been, relaying through me. And now just going over types of people to avoid, particularly, um, you know, types of men that may come into a woman's life, especially, a desirable woman or a gifted woman. Um, but anyone in general, you know, this is kind of going for anyone in general, but especially brides of Christ who, um, it's very important that we be separate now. And that's why, it's about the sisterhood and recognizing who your sisters are, who else is operating off the same morality as you. So people with no boundaries, and this is mostly dealing with men. um this is this is specifically dealing with men, and she's saying avoid peeping toms, stalkers, and this can go for women too, father figures, but it could also be like a sugar mama too. And father figures with sexual attraction. So that means someone who's not your father, but someone who may be an older man, or around your father's age, or someone who may just be older, not old, maybe not even old enough to be your father, but someone who's old enough where they're a little wiser than you, and they they kind of serve as a guidance figure or a father figure to you. But it's obvious that they are also attracted to you sexually. It does not mean that they have petitioned you for sex or even talked about sex with you. It just means that you, with your feminine intuition, maybe even playing it off, but you know that they're sexually attracted to you. Um, doesn't mean that they wouldn't immediately have sex with you. Doesn't mean that they wouldn't. There's only one way to find that out, and I don't recommend. What she's saying is peeping toms, stalkers, father figures with sexual attraction, people, men with sexual fetishes. The men like this, you're dealing with sexual fetishes that can lead to or play into pedophilia. So peeping toms and stalkers, sugar daddies, though these are things that parents do as their children are growing. When a parent has children that are growing up and they want to give their children a little more rope, a little more room, a little more freedom as they're preteen, teenagers, until they're legal, in US 21 or 18, in some other countries, whatever the legal age is, um, to smoke, drink, what have you, vote. Um, Things that parents will do they may stalk their child a little bit. They may follow their child, or they may let their child go, but they may, or if a father has a daughter, especially because people worry about girls more, I would say, for safety reasons, but you know parents may follow you on social media, or um drive by your place just to make sure things are okay, maybe at night. Maybe they don't want to keep calling you, whatever, because they want to be more parent like, and they don't want you to get sick of them, but they may just drive by every so often because it's a parent's instinct to check on the child, and the parents are still slowly trying to grow out of their nurturing, protecting instincts for you as you get older. So peeping toms, kind of peeping and checking on the child the way a parent does when the baby's young, and but the parents want some privacy, so they keep the baby in a different room so they can have some adult time, and they check the child, or they have a monitor where they can check the child from a different room. Okay, this is what I'm saying. Peeping toms and stalking, these are things that parents do to children. These are behaviors that are symbolic of a parent protecting and nurturing their child. So when a man particularly has tendencies, or you catch him up and being a peeping tom, peeping through your window, or trying to catch glimpses of you when you're not aware, or trying to sneak a peek at you, you know or when you notice a man following you or stalking you, or stalking on social media is more obvious, because they may comment too much, or commenting is one thing because that's what social media is for, but they may inbox you too much, or too often, when you're not showing interest in them. They may start to contact you on your business, or it may spill over to other parts of your life where they're seeking contact information to try and find you, things like that. Or actually finding people following you, and going to the places where you frequent, when this is not someone you expressing interest in dating or whatever. um or again, this is for some sisters who maybe are involved with these type of men, um and who are doing these things. And of course, the last obvious one is the sugar daddy, or the guy who's a father figure, or old enough to be like a father figure, is taking on the role of protecting and providing for you like a father figure and everything. But that he's attracted to you. And he's not overtly saying it. He may say some things here and there, but he's referring to you as his daughter, or like a play daughter or a niece, or oh, you're like my daughter, you're like my niece, you're like this, you're like that. But he's spending time with you, paying for things. He's treating you like a date, but he's referring to you as his daughter or his niece. Okay. Peeping Tom, stalkers, father figures with sexual attraction, all of these things are a sign of pedophilia and guilt. Because men who do this to women, and especially older men who are having these type of relationships with younger women, um, they are expressing a form of pedophilia, because the stalking and being a peeping Tom and everything, that's showing that type of control, that a parent wants to have over their child in a healthy way. So if they have a fetish for being a parent, they have a fetish for being sexually involved with someone they consider their child. All right. That's what I'm getting, and this is the type of psychology of Erzulie that, and it's not that you can't find certain things out from studying modern psychology, but when it comes to men and women and things of using psychology and understanding it, there's just certain ways that people have to know and understand how sexual love goes, how deep sexual love goes. And that's Oshun's love. In the beginning of the upload, I talked about Erzulie being Oshun's daughter and Erzulie being the Loa, or the mystery of sexual love. Um, so fetishes are often a form of pedophilia with some guilt to it. So it's not overt, but it usually comes in the forms of these type of relationships. Peeping toms, stalkers, father figures. Of course, you have sugar mamas, you have that as well. That would also deal with women who are obsessed with being a dominatrix or being in control. That goes to that pedophilia, which is an obsession with having parental control in a sexual way. It's it's very, it's sick, but I'm saying sick because it is actually it's actually I believe a psychological disorder. um and some of it can come from not having experienced enough control or things like this. But when you're talking about people with no boundaries, um this is not like a man who says bitch excessively, or objectifies women because he has a bad relationship with his mother. You know, this is not a result of childhood trauma. It's unhealthy obsessions. Um so this is what I have written here. It says, it, peeping Tom stalkers, mother, father figures with sexual attraction. These are fetishes with pedophilia, or it's pedophilia with guilt, weird controlling characters. So people who will do strange things to get their way and have unhealthy obsessions and desires. So again, doing something strange for some change, but no, it's like people who will do strange things like stalking, and peeping, and because they get off on taking away your free will. And that's something that a parent has authority to do to their child until they become of age to make their own bad decisions. Right? So having a fetish with taking away someone's free will and getting involved with them, it's pedophilia. It's a form of pedophilia. And I know it may sound like a stretch, but if you follow what I'm saying, peeping Tom stalkers and people who become sugar mamas and sugar daddies, that's the obvious one. But a sugar mama and sugar daddy, they may not always make it obvious that they're looking for that form of sexual control. It may start with as someone you work with, or someone, or a friend of the family, a friend of a friend somewhere. You may meet people who, you just get, a lot of times it's work settings or settings where you meet people in different age ranges. And sometimes it's a comfortable setting like a work or a family setting. And you get comfortable with this person because you view them as a coworker, or a distant family member or something. But they start to really treat you and the time you spend together like dating. But they're referring to you and acting as if they have like some type of family or platonic bond. family, a lot of times you work with people, your work setting, you become family, because sometimes some people work more than they're at home. So the people they work with are more like family than their own family, or become like family. So a lot of times these you will get into relationships like with these people, and it will start in a comfortable work or family setting. And this goes for men and women, and then the person will start to do things for you, and things like that. And so, and but a lot of times this older man, he's sexually attracted to you, and a lot of times he could just be biding his time to wait until you're vulnerable enough to do it, or to take it to another level, or vulnerable enough to let there's things that they'll do to try and test your water, to see if they should make sexual advances or not. What Erzulie is saying is just avoid these men altogether. And if you're a man, you need to avoid women who are serving as a mother figure in your life. Avoid women who are older, who are presenting themselves as like a mother figure, or you know um people can date who they want, but you understand what I'm saying, when they're not overtly just asking you on a date, and petitioning you to date and trying to date you, where they're trying to get into your life as a familiar family type of member, or as a father or as a mother figure, and they're trying to get into your head first. So again, these fetishes are less a result of childhood trauma and bad parenting than a corrupted mentality and a false ego. These type of people are very manipulative. They're not always harmful, but they can be the type to put something in your food or in your drink to control you, or to do something without your permission. So again, it's an oracle consultation. I haven't gotten many questions since faith, but um the things I'm saying may be applying to some people who watch, or may watch, when it comes to the type of people to avoid. Some people, some of the audience may be dealing with some of these situations. So again, and this is almost like a warning, be careful of these type of people, hanging out with people who are peeping toms, who are stalkers, or presenting themselves as a sugar mama, or sugar daddy, so to speak. um they may be harmless people who, they're just a little lonely, and they haven't grown up enough yet to just they um but when we're talking about the specific people who don't have any boundaries, because to stalk someone, to be a peeping tom, to try to look at someone inappropriately without their permission, um or to present yourself as a family friend, when your motivations are sexual, and so are your intentions. um that these type of people, they have no boundaries, because they have no sexual boundaries between children, and they have no sexual boundaries between family members. And in fact, it's almost like they have a fetish to be sexual with their own children in particular, or and not theirs maybe, but it's a fetish. It's not just straight out pedophilia where I'm molesting a child. No, it's, you're of age, obviously. Say you could be of any age, but this person's old enough to be considered a older father or mother figure. You understand what I'm saying? Or they are a stalker or a peeping tom. It's that lack of boundaries that shows that this person, when a person has no sexual boundaries, they have no boundary between father and daughter, mother and son, um, a boundary between husband and wife, and people outside of that marriage. No boundary, but between for themselves as to what am I going to pursue. Am I going to pursue people of my same age range, maturity, or do I have no boundaries because my ego is so big, and I believe in my own self gratification, and I don't want to accept the fact that I'm getting older a lot of times, and I'm gonna put no boundaries between me and what I want, no matter how unhealthy and illegal what I want is. Um, so we're dealing with people with no boundaries. So again, these are the type of people where they might put something in your food or your drink when you're hanging out because they get off on controlling you without your permission. That's why it's one thing if someone who's older than you asks you on a date and is approaching you with the intention of dating you versus someone who's attracted to you, but again, they have that guilt. They had that pedophile's guilt where they have always felt guilty about their pedophilia, but or always felt guilty about their desire to take away someone's free will, and or they're guilty about their sexual fetishes. So the way they live them out is not going out and committing the crime of molesting a child or rape. What they do out of their guilt is they express their sexual fetishes by peeping at you when you're not looking. So then um, so it's like it never happened, or stalking you, um but I'm doing it out of love, or I'm just being a friend, or I'm just checking on you because I care about you and I was so worried about you, and oh my god, I didn't hear from you for a few days and I was worried. That's a form of a stalker too. A lot of the types of people I'm talking about, and the types of stalkers I'm talking about, are the ones who act like they're worried and they're concerned, but they're taking away your free will, and because they're overstepping their boundaries. So a person who likes to overstep boundaries, they're not going to go ahead and ask you on a date because they feel guilty that the reason they like you is because they secretly like women who look like little girls. So this is why I'm talking to daughters of Erzulie, because there's certain things that some women are not going to really understand. They haven't been through it. And there's certain things that women understand because they have that wisdom to naturally know how sexually immoral the man is, the male. So um a person who gets off on overstepping boundaries and having unhealthy control, if they ask you on a date, they're putting themselves out there. They're making themselves vulnerable. But a person who presents themselves as a father figure, a mother figure, someone that you can depend on for this or that, and yeah, I see, and you're like my daughter, you're like my niece, and and that person, they don't want to make themselves vulnerable by admitting that they're sexually attracted to you. They want to get into your life and get you to relinquish your free will to them. They want to feel like they have the right to call you excessively, or text message you excessively, or check on you, or show up in places or uninvited, or invite themselves over, and so we're talking about the nature of a person who likes to overstep their boundaries in your life because they have a sexual fetish. It's pedophilia. It's a person who likes to feel like they're in a sexual relationship with their own child. It's pedophilia. I don't care if it's a 6-year-old doing it to a 30-year-old. It's pedophilia. It's that same spirit. Recognize it. A lot of men right now are hosting that as in America. and what needs to be talked about. And Erzulie knows a lot about that, and ways that some women, don't really understand, aren't adept at the psychology of men, and how, and that's what Erzulie, she deals with that. That's why she knows how to manipulate men sexually, but that's why she also is the most fierce protector of women within Vodun, because she knows she's in fact even been through these things. So overextending boundaries, people who have no boundaries sexually, again, will be into pedophilia. But other things that can be a symbol of pedophilia are people of or orgies, cults, strange group organizations like swingers, things like that. Again, to each their own. People like to explore themselves or whatever, but Erzulie is warning and reminding people, avoid people who have no sexual boundaries. It leads to pedophilia. It leads to orgies, unhealthy fetishes, and can even deal with cults, because to feel normal, you join other people who have these same fetishes, so you feel normal. So you start to hang around other people who prefer to cheat on their spouse, or people who get off on not sleeping with their own spouse but cheating, or who get off on sleeping with someone else's spouse. That lack of boundaries, it's the same demonic entity that rules over pedophilia. It's lack of sexual boundaries. And the Bible talks about it too. The Bible talks about a man not coveting, to not covet your own daughter. Even the Most High knows it is an instinct for a man to desire his daughter sexually. And a man who does not feed into that instinct because he has morals and boundaries, and a man who knows what to do, you marry your daughter off. But there's a lot of men, they covet their daughters, and instead of preparing her and bringing suitable men around her at the dating age, not at too young of an age, but when she starts getting old enough to date, so she can start learning about herself, making good decisions. A father who really cares about his daughter, he's going to put her in positions to be around eligible men, and he's gonna not just beat off the men who are interested, but he's gonna bring men that he finds are suitable, same the way he would for his son. But a man who is coveting his daughter, and a lot of you women need to hear this, because again, a lot of you women, you don't know how corrupt men are. Your husbands, your sons, your fathers. And sometimes you think some of these behaviors are normal, but it's not. It needs to be talked about. Pedophilia. A man who is not, who's coveting his daughter, he's gonna keep her around. He's gonna make her think that her role is to take care of him, not prepare her to take care of another man who is responsible and eligible. He's gonna be priming her where her resources are gonna go to him, like she's his wife. And he's going to have a very loose role in marrying her off, meaning he's almost going to enjoy the if she cannot find a suitable mate, because he wants to be the main man in her life, controlling her, because she looks like the wife and she's a part of him, and he's coveting himself and he's coveting his daughter in a sexual way, trying to prime her to be his emotional wife. The Bible warns and tells men, if you marry your daughter off, you will have done a good thing, because the Bible knows about the sexual desires of a man, especially the Black man. The Old Testament, we're dealing with the black men. That's where you get the most sexual deviancy in the Old Testament. Not, you know, you get a lot of prostitution and stuff in the New Testament, but the sexual deviancy, the way black men treated black women in the Bible, you a lot of black women are silent about it, but I'm not gonna be. Something wrong. The black man has a natural inherent hatred for the black woman. And the Bible talks about it all throughout the Old Testament. Just read it. People who have no boundaries and like to do things without your permission and overextend their boundaries in your life, they believe everything they desire already belongs to them and that they have rights to everything that they desire. It's a false sense of morality. So what you want to look for is people like this, peeping Tom stalkers or father figures. These are people who are religious zealots, very religious people. They're hypocrites. They're people who feign innocence, but at the core really like to be in positions of control and authority to justify their need to control others and use religion and scripture and other people's sense of morality to control them. So you're gonna find a lot of these type of people in a religious in religious settings, because a lot of times they may use religion, or I'm Christian, or I'm this, that. They may use a certain set of morals to get you comfortable with them when they're really they're putting themselves in your life in a way that oversteps their boundaries, and it's not in your permission. A stalker does not have the permission to treat you a certain way. Peeping Tom does not have the permission to watch you, in your private element. And a mother father figure is not your parent. And they don't have permission to impose their self on you and in your life as if they're your parent. When really what they are is a person who has a spirit of pedophilia, who has probably is, a lot of times they'll act so concerned about you, but what they're concerned about is you being in their life. They're concerned about, do they still have influence over you? That's why if you don't talk to them, or you don't see them, or you don't invite them or respond or want to, these people, they'll act funny when you don't want to hang out, because they're acting like a certain way, but really they're trying to date you. But they don't want to present themselves as someone older who's trying to date you. They want to get you comfortable and get you vulnerable, where you take them on as a parent and then sometimes a sex partner. And there's a lot of men who get into relationships, and it's not the most common thing. But what I'm saying is, a lot of men who get into relationships with older women, they're being primed by these women as mother figures. And these women know these are succubus women. They know how to keep that man and keep him as a resource, the way a lot of women keep their sons in the household. And do not, just like it's the mother, the sugar mama syndrome. There's a lot of mothers who, they don't marry their sons off. They don't bring suitable women or eligible women around their sons to help with their son's sexual desire. They keep themselves in their son's life in an unnatural and unhealthy way. Whereas the son gets older, he needs more discipline from the father. And a lot of women, they covet their sons, they keep the sons in the home, and for the rest of his life, he's her husband, because the mother's draining all of his resources that he should be spending on a wife and a new family. I would say more women are guilty of this because there's more single mothers, especially in the Black community, than I believe that there are single fathers. And I say this because women women tend to break up with men and leave men after having a baby more than a woman will leave the man. So and a lot of that has to do with post hormonal syndrome after pregnancy. A lot of that has to do with a lot of women. American men have become weak, and a lot of women, after having a baby, they were not ready to be a mother and a wife, so they chose to be a mother. That's the number one reason. Most women are not prepared for how much work being a wife and a mother is. When they get married, they think it's all about them. And now that they have to keep their man and do the work of being a mother, even though some of them are being taken care of at the home and don't have to work for nothing, a lot of them weren't prepared for that reality. And so they leave. In some cases, you get the woman doing the work, and the man is acting like he's at work, but he's cheating. So a lot of times you'll get women who, now that the baby came, the man is marginalizing, signed up for when she took her wedding vows. But in general, you get more single mothers because a lot of women are no longer built to put up with the man cheating and lying all the time. And society makes it where women don't have to. So a lot of women don't. But mostly a lot of women are not prepared to be a wife and a mother. And so they choose to be a mother, and they leave the man because they couldn't keep him. They weren't ready for both of it, and a lot of times the woman will blame the man when it's both people's fault. It's always both people's fault. But I hear more women start to hate or resent a man after he gets her pregnant. So there's a lot of superficial femininity of having a child and being in a marriage, because they were ready for the glamour of it, but not the reality of the woman's work. Um, and a lot of women become insecure after having the baby, and they want to go out and make sure that they still got it. So, but nonetheless, the point that I'm making in terms of avoiding people who have no boundaries, that boils over to no sexual boundaries. It's more common, I would say, for a woman to covet her son because of single motherhood. When a woman is married and the man is the head of the household, um, the man will have the say so, and he will not let the woman get away with turning her son into her husband. But I've seen and gone through situations where the man was not the head of the household. He was just a breadwinner. The woman ran the household, and the man didn't put his foot down when the woman coveted the son. So there's a lot of households where the man is not the head. He's just the breadwinner. Avoid households like that. Avoid households with unruly women. And that's why a single mother, unless she's governed by the Most High and Christ, a lot of times can turn her son into the husband. Sometimes it's subconscious, but sometimes it's the fact that when a woman doesn't have a man governing her in the household in the process of raising a child, let alone a son, she's going to let her hormones take over. you know um And again, that goes back to women being led by the erotic and men being led by the logical. So it's neither here nor there what the statistics are, so much as avoid people with no sexual boundaries and people who aren't whose sexual morality is not governed by the scriptures. Um, and you're gonna find these people a lot in the church or in who deal with religion or claim to be religious, and it doesn't always have to be Christian. These are your Hebrew Israelites, your Black Nation of Islam, you know, your 5%ers, your you know, we're not going to talk about the Amish and the Mormons because they already get a bad rap for interbreeding or whatever. But we're going to talk about what's not talked about, especially in the Black. You know, these are your religious people who, you know, who have that hypocritical where they're religious, but their pedophilia is rampant in their families, in their lives, and in their communities because of no sexual boundaries. So you got communities where, you know, these Black religious leaders and Black Israelites and this, that, and some of these, you know, and some people who are claim to be Christian and this, that, but they're the main ones who are looking at the girls in their church in an inappropriate way. They're the main ones who have access to these girls in the church or in the community, you know, the workplace, you know. Now, of course, in the workplace, what I'm saying is you meet people of different age ranges, and just because you're old enough doesn't mean it's not still the spirit of pedophilia. But what I'm talking about too is these are a lot of your religious people who they're hypocrites, you know. A lot of these religious organizations and stuff, that's where a lot of these men um are exploiting the females in the congregation or in the church and the organization or in the family too. um so you know, you um what I'm saying is look out for people who are parents that you notice are coveting their own children, or people who they may not be coveting their own son or daughter, but they are seeking out people who remind them of their son or daughter in a sexual way or in a, you know, in a romantic way. um I guess no one has anything to say on that. I was hoping someone would have something to say on that, but uh that needs to be talked about a little more because we're in a time right now where it is pretty much it's becoming legal in the sense of, I talked about this the other day. I can't believe I've been talking for like 4 hours already, but you know, now it's time to drink. And like I said, by the end of this, Mama Bridget might come through. But my upload, I think it was yesterday or the day before, I was talking about people sharing child pornography online. And I'm not talking about actual child pornography. I'm talking about images that are pornographic, images of little girls posing. I'm talking, you know, 5-year-old girls posing, you know, in dresses. It's not like you can see their naked body, but sexualizing a girl that young and then sharing an image about it for the sake of discussion. No, I don't have to share an image, a pornographic image, to talk about it. So be careful of people who are sharing pornography in the name of converse. I don't care if it's a man or a woman. I don't care if it's a mother or a father. I don't care if they're saying, what do you have to say about this? And, oh, not my daughter, or, oh, not my son. Because some of these pornographic images are of little boys dressed in homosexual or erotic ways that would be arousing some of these homosexuals and pedophiles. It's still child pornography. And to even share those images, just like I warn people, stop sharing images of brutality toward blacks. I don't care if you're talking about slavery. I don't care if you're talking about the system. Stop showing these images of things that you supposedly disagree with. If you disagree with it, why wouldn't you be disgusted at the very image? You can talk about it or against it without promoting it. And you got to be careful of these people who know full well they're promoting. I'm warning you all right now, especially people listening right now in this moment. Anybody sharing an image of child pornography, of a sexualized child, and claiming that I disagree with it and let's talk, if there's nothing to discuss. Number one. Number two, that person agrees with it because they just shared it. Anything you disagree with, you're not going to spread. Why are you spreading a disease if you disagree with it? So anyone who's sharing things for you to see, they're promoting it. They're promoting it. Anyone sharing images of interracial dating, they're promoting it. Images of child pornography, they're promoting it. Images of brutality toward blacks by other races or even by other blacks, they're promoting it. Don't let your foolishness tell you otherwise. So this is what Erzulie, the other aspects, especially Mama Bridget is warning and telling people, stop being foolish when dealing with people who are demon possessed. Stop making excuses for why people do things and let people show you who they are. And stop letting all this new age nonsense and garbage make you a fool as to who people really truly are. Let action speak louder than words. Because you can talk about things and discuss disagreeing with it without promoting it. But if a person's actions is showing that they are promoting something, that they agree with it, and they probably do it in their life. They probably do it. Yeah, be careful of the times we're in, you all. It's important that you consider watching pornography and certain things like cheating. Now again, that's a strong boundary that each married couples have the rights to set their own boundaries, and no one can tell them what is or is not right within their own marriage, and that's just how it is. Erzulie is encouraging people to understand, sexual fetishes. A lot of this stuff starts with this pornography and this sexualizing people at a young age in America, sexualizing people too young and exposing people to sexuality way too young in our media. So if you're married or you're working towards that or trying to maintain a different standard, recognize pornography as as fetish and as cheating, and try and cut it out of your marriage. If it's something that is really genuinely enhancing your sex life in some sort of way, but if your husband's on the computer all time of night looking at young Asian girls, and you're a 50-year-old Caucasian woman, he's cheating. He's cheating. It's inappropriate. It's not okay. And again, if you're happy in your marriage and that's what he does, but he's still honoring the vow to satisfy you sexually, that's one thing. But if he's neglecting you and pornography is allowing him to do that and he's getting off on his own, and that's cheating. You all are to be doing that together. um Same thing with women, and it's very hard for me to say this with women because I would venture to say most women are sexually unsatisfied, and that's why a lot of white women are going with black men, because sexual satisfaction is a high priority on their list. um it's hard for me to tell women not to use outside sources, for sexual satisfaction, because I believe a vast majority of women are sexually unsatisfied, and in a lot of ways for a lot of reasons. But I also see that a lot of women don't know how to be sexually satisfying. And if some women put more effort and energy into being a sexual woman, um and nurturing a man or your man sexually, you may be surprised what he does to satisfy you, um when he gets his satisfaction. So, for women, as hard as it may be, if you were not sexually satisfied, instead of using outside sources or cheating, you need to have discussions with your husband. And if you're in an abusive relationship, and this is the other thing, a lot of men abuse women by withholding sexual gratification. That's a form of abuse. Especially if you're in a marriage. And there's a lot of men who they neglect their wives and they go around sleeping with other women. One, he's abusing you. Two, it's immoral. And three, it's illegal. It's illegal for a man to cheat on his wife. So, if you're in an abusive relationship like this, get out of that marriage. A lot of times men like this have already isolated you to where you feel like you have no outlet. Contact the first person who you remember was nice to you, because a lot of times when you've been isolated, um from your true support system, and you're in an abusive relationship, there's shame that comes with getting support again. Don't have shame. If you burnt some bridges because you put your faith in this man who's now abusing you, humble yourself, because being humble towards someone who really did love you, it's going to be easier than being proud and being abused. So humble yourself to the people who loved you that you may have pushed away, getting involved with the wrong man, or some of you guys the wrong woman. But it's a lot harder for a woman to abuse a man in a relationship. It's damn near impossible. A man has to put up with it. A man has to like to be abused for him to be in an abusive relationship with a woman. The only real time that a man likes to be abused is when he had an abusive mother. So that's what he knows. That's really probably the just about the only way a man can be in an abusive relationship with a woman. A woman is not designed to abuse a man. A mother can abuse a son, though. And when a son has been abused by his mother, he's going to develop a fetish for dominatrix women. And he's going to be in an abusive relationship with a woman. Or more so, he will stay with a woman who is sexually manipulating and controlling him, aka like a sugar mama, or a woman who, again, can manipulate and control him to like she's the mother and he's the son. um I know I repeat myself a lot, but repetition for emphasis. So it's damn near impossible for a woman to abuse a man unless he is signing up for it. a lot of times a woman will end up in an abusive situation because she has no support system, resources, finances, and this is a lot of times women who are orphans or grew up like an orphan or were made to feel um, unloved or unaccepted in the family, and who had to seek out acceptance by living like an orphan because they were rejected by the family somehow. Um, so just be careful of pornography. Um, even if you're a single person, indulging in pornography can block out you receiving a proper partner because there's demons attached to it, and that's where a lot of interracial fetishes and other types of unhealthy fetishes can start from exposure to pornography, um, especially at too young of an age. Other types of people to avoid: people who change when you say no, or when you call them out on their hypocrisy, or show that they are more, or show that you're more intelligent than they thought you were. So this is not just a hypocrite. When we're talking about avoiding abusive men, Erzulie wants the sisters to know a way to early on detect whether or not a man is abusive or has that trait is if he starts to act up when you say no or when you deny him. If this man is presenting himself as someone who's interested in you, and he's trying to be like the perfect gentleman, he's buying you things and this and that, um but he's moving too fast. Like, he asked you to move in with him, like on the first date, which has happened to me on an occasion. Or he wants to shack up too soon. Obviously, if he wants to have sex with you too soon, or without knowing you, or on the first date, if it's not a actual prostitution transaction or an escort service type of thing, a man who wants to date you should not be thinking about sex on the first date at all. A man who wants to date you, he should be asking you certain questions, getting to know you. He may be nervous, way too nervous to be having sex with you on the first date. I'll tell you that much. Unless you really have the gift of Erzulie, and men cannot resist you sexually. It takes a higher power because you have a Holy Spirit running through you that men they're attracted to in a way. And it's everyone will be. A lot of times when you have that, a lot of men they think they want to have sex with you, but what they're really is they're overcome by the Holy Spirit working through you. And the only way they know how to achieve that is through sex. So there's but even still, if a man, if he wants to have sex with you too soon, and he's trying to touch you in inappropriate ways too soon, or on the first dates, or in the dating phases, definitely not. This is an abusive man. Men who have traits of being abusive, they will do things to get you comfortable with relinquishing your freedom, namely moving in with him in his home that he pays for, right? So he can keep you like a pet, all right? Um, touching you inappropriately when you all are still in the dating phase, when you haven't had sex, or when, when he's trying to get to know you, but he's testing to see how much control he has. You're uncomfortable with it, but he keeps doing it. That's abuse. It's actually molestation, and he can get arrested for it. And you should probably call the cops on him. Gauging what the circumstances are. If this is a guy friend or someone who, you know, sometimes men get nervous and they don't know how to flirt, and they want to be taken out of the friend zone, and they don't know how to flirt, because they're trying to put on a bad boy role because they think putting on that bad boy role is going to get them ahead. Know the difference between a man who's trying to act like a bad boy because he wants better luck with women, or because he wants you to get out the friend zone. He may do things out of his character because he's seen it work with other dudes, with you or with someone else. Know the difference between that and an actually abusive man who is overstepping his bounds, touching you, inappropriately, after you said no, or that. Another sign of an abusive man is, again, a man who compliments you a lot, and, oh, you're so wonderful and you're so cool and you're so wise and intelligent, and yeah, I want to get to know you more, and I want to get to know more about this. But they're saying that they admire your wisdom and your knowledge and your expertise, but when you start to talk about it, they're not letting you talk. They're trying to teach you about the subject that they claimed they wanted to learn from you about. They're they're starting to disagree with you when you do start to teach them, instead of listening to what lessons you have about this subject, or about your business, or about, you know whatever. Um they are very respectful to you, but the moment you disagree with them, or the moment you show that you maybe know more about them, about a subject, or the moment you let them know, like, I see you trying to manipulate me, or trying to the moment you tell them no, or say, I'm not interested in you, or, or no, I don't want to give you my phone number, it's been a great conversation, but I'm not interested, or, I don't want to give you my phone number, but I'll take yours, and then he starts getting mad. Well, no, put your number in here, and this, that, or, he's acting interested, but then you start to talk and he starts to disagree, he starts to get irate, or he starts to get mad when you reject him. That's an abusive man. That's a man who is never interested in your wisdom or your expertise or your skill. He was interested in seeing how much flattery it took to get you to be his property. So when a man is abusive, he's going to act like he wants what you have to offer, but really he wants you to accept his offer of be my woman. And it's you should accept this, and then it becomes, well, you're stupid for not accepting this, and this and that, and then you start to see him demeaning you because of your decision making, getting mad because of a decision you made to reject him, or to say no, or because you decided you don't want to deal with him in a certain way. you know when a man starts to get mad a certain way like that, he was never interested in you. He was objectifying you, and he wanted to see what it took to put you on his shelf of trophies that he collects, because there's men out here who like to collect things. They like to collect women, and there's men out here who they like to use women to make themselves look good. So if you already have your own thing going and you got your own set of wisdom and your own set of beauty that people admire you for, you got your own business going or your own lifestyle that you're highly admired or favored, you're ambitious. A lot of men will they'll want to be with you because you'll make them look good, and because they're not as ambitious and they're not as skilled, and they're not, but you being with you will give other people the impression that they're at your level. And so what they want to do is they want to get your mindset thinking that you need them. They want to demean you and get you believing that they're at a higher level than you when really they have no right to even be in your circulation. So be careful of these type of men who come with excessive flattery, but the moment you tell them no, or the moment you disagree with them, they start to verbally abuse you, and they start to degrade you. Um, Another way you can detect men who are abusive, and who are trying to manipulate you into being um, their tool. Um, Men who are not men of their word. Men who say that they're going to do things, especially say, they're going to do things when they're trying to earn your affections or date you. If a man says he's going to do something and he does not do it, that's a sign of an abusive man. Um, a lot of men want to see what you're going to put up with, and they want to see if they can get away with lying. So what they'll do is they'll won't be men of their word. They'll be less. They'll say they're going to do something because that's that form of flattery. But when their actions don't align up with their words, that's a lot of times it's abusive. Or a man who will only do what he says he's going to do when you do what he wants you to do. So a real man is a man of his word, and he lets his word build his character with you. A man who is not a good man, a man who's abusive, who is a liar, manipulator, and who has unhealthy fetishes, a lot of times this a man like that will try to prime you to lower your standards. And what he'll do is he'll say he's going to do something, but then he won't do it because he's going to see, well, are you willing to lower your standards and take less than what you deserve, or take less than, the standards that you and I have set? Can I get away with, not being a man of my word? It's also, will you lower your standards because I'm not man enough to be with you? So I'm going to make you believe you are not worthy of this effort by saying I'm gonna do it, then not doing it and seeing how you react. And consistently not fulfilling my word. That's a sign that a man, he wants to manipulate you and he has nothing to offer. And a lot of times men who are abusive, they have a false pretense of stability, you know. So a lot of times they may need you for their stability. You may be a key factor in their stability, but they don't want you to know it because they don't want you to have power. Men who believe in their own ego or power. So this is men who are arrogant, not confident. You want a man who's confident in his ability to get something done, because those tend to be men of their word. Those are men who, all right, I said I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it. I may not know exactly how, but I know that my honor is the most important thing to me. And I know that earning the trust of this woman is equally important because I really want her. So I'm gonna do this. I may have exaggerated or overstepped my boundaries because I'm a little infatuated with her, but god damn it, I'm gonna figure out how to do it because I'm a man of my word and my honor is supreme. You want a man confident. Arrogance, though, is a man who believes in his own bullshit. Arrogance is a man who has never accomplished anything that he talks about or claims or wants. Or arrogant is a man who has big dreams and aspirations, but he puts in very little effort to achieve them, or he tries to manipulate other people to put in the effort and work because he believes it's beneath him to actually do the hard work involved in achieving these grandiose feats that arrogant men always, without a doubt, will have. Grandiose things that are not rooted in reality because arrogant men achieve very little often. They're good at talking and presenting themselves as somebody who's important. Confident men go after the things that other people are afraid to achieve. Confident men take risks. Arrogant men don't. Arrogant men want you to take the risk because they're too good to get their hands dirty or to get their hide wet, or they're too good for that. But they deserve all the fruits of your labor. So be careful of men who believe in their own ego and believe in their own power. I'm not talking about a man who's confident that I'm going to close this deal, or I'm confident that um, I'm gonna get these sponsors because I did this work. I'm confident I'm gonna pass this test because I've been studying all week and I've done note cards and I'm confident. I'm confident because I'm gonna go out and buy a brand new suit, or a used suit or whatever. Or I'm gonna borrow my friend's suit, and I'm gonna dress this way and I'm going to walk in there with confidence because I took classes on how to poise or how to do this or how to model, and so I have the confidence that I can achieve this or pass this audition to do that. That's confidence. That's somebody who is confident in their work ethic. Arrogant is somebody who's not going to do the work because they're too good, but I believe that I deserve all the fruits of everyone else's labor because I'm such a wonderful person and I deserve everything that my little heart desires, you know, but I'm too good to actually play a part in my own success other than being this wonderful, highly intelligent person, because arrogance is highly intelligent, and too good. My intelligence and my ideas are so supreme that I shouldn't have to do this, and I shouldn't have and anyone this is arrogance too. Anyone who's around me needs to earn the right to be around me by doing this and that for me. Because I'm the center of attention and I'm the wonderful person. And even though if I don't have this and that, I'm the reason that everyone else is so successful. That's arrogant, you know? And men like that will tend to be abusive because they will expect you to do all the work in the relationship and they will give you nothing of themselves. In fact, they will intentionally give of themselves to someone else to make you feel less than you already feel when they, cheat on you or neglect you or reciprocate nothing. That's an arrogant person. An arrogant person has to make sure that other people know that they are less than. A confident person is a person who is not as nervous as other people may be in pursuing a goal, because they are prepared. Okay. And again, avoid other men, like this is, I reiterate a little, but other men to avoid are men who use gifts and money and compliments rather than genuine respect. Because a man who genuinely respects you will respect you when you say no. When you say no to sex, no to touching you inappropriately, no to whatever. Even if you say no to him, I'm not interested. No, you remember, you know, a man who respects you will respect your decisions as a woman. But a man who uses gifts and money and compliments to make you feel good, a lot of times he will feel entitled to you agreeing with him or going along with whatever he wants, because he's, after all, he's done all these things for you. So why shouldn't he be able to touch you inappropriately, or, you know, stroke your face or your hands, or, you know, these are things, especially men who are in that pedophile mode. They'll try and touch your hair. They'll try and stroke your face in a way where it seems caring or considerate, but they're really trying to see, can they touch you in a sexual way? A man who is a family member, you know, unless y'all Italian, unless you're Italian, he has no reason to touch or embrace you in any form of in any way. He considers you to be a family member, and he's trying to covet you. There's no reason to be trying to touch you or trying to hold your hand or stroke your face or stroke your shoulder or grace your hair. These are things that men who want an inappropriate, men who are trying to overstep their boundaries, that's what they'll do. But they'll also buy you a lot of gifts. A man who really respects you, he doesn't have to use flattery. He will give you genuine respect. Sometimes men who use too flattery, they don't respect you. They want to have something over you to control you. And anyone trying to control you has no respect for you. Person who has respect for you, it respects your boundaries too. Again, sometimes people act funny when they fall in love, or when they're trying to get out of the friend zone, when they're desperate to get their crush to like them. But once that person realizes how they were acting, they're going to apologize, because they realize, man, I wanted this person to like me, or love me so much, you know, and I that I didn't realize I was hurting them. And they're like, damn, I didn't mean to make you feel that way. I just wanted to date you. I just wanted to, you know. But a person who is overstepping their boundaries, is abusive, really genuinely abusive and controlling, and is not apologetic, is not working on their disorders, um, they're going to use gifts and compliments to attract you. And once you let your guard down from the flattery, that's when the demeaning starts. That's when, the moment you tell them no, they're going to now take away everything they gave you, and then try and take away everything that you own too. You know, so be careful of people with these types of control issues, especially women dating men. You know what to look for, because a lot of women get, you know, out of desperation, out of loneliness, out of impatience, get into abusive relationships. You know, and he don't have to be giving you a black eye to be abusing you. Sexual neglect is abuse. Cheating and lying is abuse. Degrading you is abuse. Insulting you is abuse. Overstepping certain boundaries, you know, after you voice your discomfort with certain things, that's molestation, that can lead to abuse. um Now, and this is probably like the last thing in terms of what type of men to avoid. Avoid men who collaborate with you because they want to try and date you, or who collaborate with you because you've either rejected them as a dating partner, either rejected them sexually, or or you're not expressing sexual interest in them, and they're interested in you, and you're not interested in that, but they know what you're interested in is something else, and so they're using business or some type of collaboration, or they're using some type of work or business. Sometimes it could be a family affair, but usually it's some form of business that needs to get done or whatever. They're using that to try and date you because you've rejected. That's another form of control. Don't get involved with men in business if they are sexually attracted to you, unless that is the actual transaction. Um, a lot of times men will act as if they can help you with what you're building for your business, or as an entrepreneur, or what you do for work. And once they get their hand in your life, or they get that stakehold in a project or work, something to do with money, or even something to do with family, once they get that foot in the door, that to them that's their way of saying, oh, you rejected me, well, I'm going to get back at you by sabotaging your life somehow, or by making you see that you need me. Sometimes they really just want to still be in your life, and they really believe, well, if we do business together, she'll fall in love with me eventually. That's still abuse. It's a form of unhealthy manipulation and control. That man has no respect for your boundaries. He has no respect for the fact that you said no. So he wants to try to make something else with you work. I'm warning, don't do business with men who desire you, but the feelings are not mutual. Because a lot of times men cannot handle rejection very well. Women are a little more, women can be, like I said, more catty, but men can't handle rejection as well when it comes to dating and things. Women are used to being cheated on, or have these subconscious beliefs that men are hypersexual and this. But a lot of men, once a lot of men, they covet, and once they desire something, especially with a woman, some of them can't let go of their fetish, their sexual image and fetish. So a lot of times that you see a man's so-called love or infatuation turn into hate, and I want to sabotage you because you rejected me. Be careful of men like this who want to be in your life after you've rejected them. Don't do business, because it can ruin business. It can ruin a project. It can waste your time. Um, and it can make things uncomfortable in the work setting or with family, if that's where the situation is. Um, you don't ever get in a situation where you are legally bound to somebody who intentionally wants to sabotage you. Don't get in a situation where you're legally bound to someone who has these level of control issues, um, or a psychopath, you know. So women, please heed this warning. Do not do business with men who are sexually attracted to you. If you're about business first, and his reason for being around you is sex first and your business first, don't get involved with him at all. If you don't want to be with him, and if there's nothing he can do in business for you that is worth getting involved with a man who is trying to control you. So remember, this is men who you've rejected. You're not interested in. You told them you're not interested in. But now they want to do a project with you, or now they're talking to your sister or your cousin or something, or now they're now but well, let's do this art, let's do this art thing together, because well, we vibe on this. Oh, that's cool, whatever, but you still want to do this, or you still want to do that. That's all good and well, but if it has anything, if it has anything at all to do with making money or has potential to make money, I'm warning you. Or if it has anything to do with legalities or has the potential to deal with a legal affair, like a lot of things in business do, don't work with a man who you're not sexually interested in, who you rejected. Because men, if they can't get off on you sexually, they will get off on sabotaging you. A man who's really controlling. A man who's healthy, accepted, appreciated, he may ask why, this or that, but he's gonna move on. Yeah, but a man who's healthy, it'll be no harm, no foul. You're not interested, whatever. He may still want to, spend time with you, get to know you, but he's gonna move on. He may stick around in the friend zone just to see if the guy you're dating messes up, or just to see if, let me see if maybe I do this or do that, maybe I'll become more attractive, but he's not going to try and control the narrative. He's not going to try and control what happens in your life. Last warning. Well, here, it says, don't collaborate. Be careful of men who collaborate to date you, not to work. Don't do business with any man attracted to you that you're uninterested in. Same with women. Many men get into jobs to get women. So photographers, musicians, artists, models or entertainers, massage therapists, and producers. These are the type of jobs that men get into, particularly photographer, massage therapist, and producer. These are the type of jobs that men will get into to get women, to be around women. Low skill, high interaction with others from a stance of authority. So any job that requires a low level of skill and low level of education, but is high in social interaction from a position of authority. For example, a massage therapist, it doesn't take much. You go get some training, go get certified, and start touching people. I'm not knocking massage therapists. What I'm saying is it doesn't require years of college. It doesn't require a high IQ. It doesn't require a lot of social sacrifice and a lot of hard work to achieve that position. It's low skill, or a skill where you could basically a skill where anyone can learn. It doesn't require any talent. You can do it. Now, succeeding or excelling at certain things may you want to be set above the rest by being skilled at it, but that's an example of something where a lot of people are seeking it, a lot of people are paying for it. It's something that a lot of people need. It's something that a lot of people are doing. Another job is management. I would not say that men, so to speak, or even nerds, what we're talking about is men who may not always get women, or men who are thinking like, how can I get the most pussy? I wouldn't say that they would get into a job of being like a manager, but any form of management requires low skill, high interaction with other people from a position of authority. So anytime you get someone who has low skill, low talent, but interacts with a lot of other people from a position of, I'm the authority in this. I'm the head figure. I'm the knowledgeable one. That's when you get the photographer. The photographer is in control. The photographer is directing the model. The producer is in control of who's part of the show, and they can determine who gets the role and what sexual favor they have to do to get that role. Directing a film takes skill. Being a filmmaker takes skill. Being a producer does not always. In terms of certain industries where you're the casting couch and what I'm talking about, that mostly requires being rich. You understand? Doesn't require skill. Requires being rich. So producing stuff often requires having the equipment that other people need to get their ideas to life. Photographers, artists and things like that. So but management is basically a job that for the most part you'll get if you're white working around a bunch of black and brown people. If you're that white person who's American, and you are working around a bunch of black and brown labor workers, you're going to be the manager. Low skill or no skill, but interacts with a lot of people from a position of authority. So men who fit that criteria or seek out jobs like this to get women, or sometimes nerds will intellectually think, what job can I do when I'm kind of nerdy, I'm a little antisocial, I don't interact well, with women or whatever. But so what can I do to get women? And sometimes nerds mostly will figure out, well, I need to make money and I need to be a powerful man. And they'll work hard at it and they'll be successful. And a lot of times they'll get into it to get women, but a lot of times they'll find a wife because they have higher intelligence. But men who have low intelligence and who are just concerned about getting pussy, these are the types of men who you will widely find in certain industries or occupations. So I am not saying don't date a man based on what his job is. I'm warning you, you can easily tell sometimes what a man's skill level is based on what job he is doing or pursuing. Okay. I would say get with men who are either already successful or who are trying to make something happen, but are not sleeping around with a lot of women. Because a lot of men sabotage their own ambitions by prioritizing sex or by thinking that manipulating women to do things for him is the best plan of action, instead of actually just pursuing it himself, making it happen, and then entertaining the women who he attracts from being successful. So be careful of these professions, that's also to go along with men who are collaborating to, to keep men who are collaborating with you in order to get in your life or to try and get another chance to date you or try and control you. You got to be careful. There's a lot of men in certain professions who they are naturally controlling men, and they have unhealthy fetishes for controlling women, like dolls or like objects. And that's when you get your massage therapists, your photographers, your producers, um your managers. So look out for those type of men, um and make sure that their profession is, they're doing it for the love of the art, and they're doing it professionally, um and not just as a way to get women. um Obviously, of course, never go, if you're modeling, never go on a photo shoot where the person is saying that they're uncomfortable with you bringing your boyfriend. um you don't have to actually be bringing your boyfriend or a male friend, but you should always act like you are, or always tell that person that you're bringing an escort or that you're getting a ride from someone, or if you are dating, but you should act like you are too if you're in an uncomfortable situation, or if you're single and you're not looking to date, you just want to get stuff done. Always say that you're bringing an escort, because if the male photographer has a problem with your boyfriend, he's not professional. There are some photographers who say, well, boyfriends ruin the shoot because of this and this and that. So what? That's what a boyfriend's there for. If you're a professional photographer and not a sleazebag, you have no problem with, especially someone who's paying you to, you have no problem getting artwork done and doing your job in a way that makes the model comfortable. That will never be a problem. Any real photographers, one of their priorities is how comfortable the model is. And if the model's boyfriend, having her boyfriend there makes her more comfortable, you're guaranteed to get better shots, because when she's thinking about her boyfriend, she's in a sexual mode, and having him there gets her in a sexual mode. It makes her comfortable, and it reminds her of being sexy. And you're going to get those good shots that you want. Anytime a photographer doesn't want your boyfriend there, you should probably report him. He's probably got some violations, some molestation, maybe even rape accusations. He could have slipped, you know, be careful, report him, warn about him, and definitely don't work with him, no matter what excuse he gives or how long he said he's been doing it, and this and that, and this ruins this. That's the first way to test a photographer. Just let them know, I'm getting a ride from my boyfriend, he's gonna come, or this and that. Any professional photographer will probably recommend you bring your boyfriend. Um, that's just the reality of it. And that's the real psychology of it. If a man is really truly good at what he does and wants to get good shots, he knows that a woman is most sexiest when she is thinking about good sex with a man that she's in love with. A woman is not going to be sexy when a photographer is trying to manipulate her into having sex with him, or into doing sexy poses in front of a camera when she's not sexually aroused by the man. So be careful. That's what I'm warning you about. A lot of photographers or men in certain industries, um, men who have control issues, and men who have to manipulate and use manipulation and overstepping boundaries to get women, because they can't simply, date a woman or get a woman. They're not desirable men. So that's another thing, when you're not evenly yoked, when you are extremely attractive and there's a man who is not as attractive as you or at all, that a lot of times will be a man who has control issues. I'm not saying that unattractive men do, but I'm saying when a man's trying to date you and he obviously is not a good match for you because he doesn't look as good as you, or he, you don't have the same lifestyle, you wouldn't make a good couple. Um, eh, all these movies about, like Esmeralda and Quasimodo and stuff, that's all good and well, but the reality is beautiful women belong with strong warriors. Beautiful women belong with strong warriors. So when a man is weak and feeble and this and that, and he not really evenly yoked with you, and he can't fulfill your uber femininity with uber masculinity, that's when you get a man who will try to control you and try and act. And some of these men, they may be attractive in a boyish way, and that may work for a while, but if he's not really a strong warrior type, um, he's going to be a waste of your time. And he's going to try and manipulate you and control you somehow, um, because he won't be able to actually defeat another man for your honor, meaning he won't be able to fight off other men to earn you because he's not really eligible. He's not as attractive as other men. He's not as he's not as good at sex, or he doesn't have the sexuality as other men do. Or he probably just doesn't have the bankroll or the stability. And stability does not always mean a man makes a lot of money. Stability means a man has a lot of allies. A kingdom can fall, anything can happen, but if you really want a king, how many allies does he have? How many men follow him, respect him, work with him? Because if a man has a lot of allies and a lot of followers that are also respectable men, that means he doesn't sleep around. That means that means he honors himself, and men trust him because they know that he's not going to betray them to the point where they'll follow and they'll risk things for this man and follow him. It means that he gains people's trust and that he's trustworthy to some extent. Maybe not to you yet, but getting to know a man, get to know the people around him and why people follow him and admire him. Don't get with someone who people admire this man because he's attractive and he's fucked a lot of women, so he can manipulate women easily to drop their draws for him. Usually at times a lot of men has slept with a lot of women is because he's good at manipulating dumb broads. A man who has slept with a lot of women has slept with a lot of stupid women. Not all the women have to be stupid. Some of them could have just known what they wanted. It was what it was. But it's not a sign of intelligence or authority or prowess. It's really a sign of a man who will sleep with anyone, who has no standards or boundaries. And it's the sign of a man who gets off on manipulating women because he really has nothing to offer a group of upstanding, honorable men. Men who sleep around, they can't be around honorable men. They can't be around men of honor. Because a man who sleeps around and uses women has no honor. There's a way that a man can have sexual flings and be honorable to that woman who it's just sex with. And I'm not talking about prostitution. I'm talking about a really noble man who is discreetly having sexual flings, but he's in honor. He's not lying, he's not using women, he's not mistreating them. And he's getting with women who know what they want. He's accepting invitations from women who are petitioning him for a night. He's not doing it on his, to collect notches, so to speak. It's a grown man and a grown woman, and he's not going around bragging about it, because that's where the dishonor starts. Bragging about sleeping with a woman who's not your wife is dishonorable to her and to you. So get to know a man and see how much trust he has. Don't rely on him having a good job. Anything can happen to his job, to him, or he can't work that job. Anything can happen to money. But when a man has allies in his life, male allies, not female allies. As in fact, you want a man who does not have female allies. You want a man who has male allies and has fit family, female family members who don't control him, but who trust him and rely on him, and who can vouch for him. When they meet you, they're gonna say good things about him and how he helped. He might have even helped and played a role in her finding a good man. But a man who has all these female allies, you don't want a man who has a bunch of women around him, because he slept with them. He has slept with these women, or he's going to, or planning on it. There's a man who has a bunch of women around him who's trying to date you, you nothing but a hoe to him. You may have some things he needs at the moment, but if he's bringing you around, and this is another thing, Erzulie wants to warn you. Be careful of men who are dating you or trying to get to know you, but they are bringing you around women that they slept with. If a man is bringing you around women he slept with, which should be his exes, and if a man is still hanging around women that he has had sex with while he's trying to date you, just leave him alone. Cut him off. Honestly, don't even entertain him, because men who have to rely on women for confidence, and men who like to collect women and like to force the women that they slept with to get along, you're dealing with a man who's trying to build a harem. And what he's trying to do is he's trying to see, are y'all gonna get along and to love me? Well, can I manipulate you to join my harem? Because usually he's done that to the other woman. If a man slept with a woman or dated a woman, and they're no longer together, and he's still hanging out with her, and he's bringing you around her, he never loved her, he has no respect for her, or her feelings. He's using her, and it's only a matter of time before he gets bored with you and starts to bring the new love interest around you. I don't care what situation you believe your relationship is. If a man is bringing you around women that he has slept with, if he's still hanging around women that he slept with, or dating women that he slept with that he's no longer sleeping with, but he's still dating them and hanging out with them and using them for things, and now he's bringing you around them, and he's acting like they're friends, it's only a matter of time before he sleeps with you, starts using you, puts you in the friendship zone, and starts bringing the new female he's fucking or getting ready to around you. And he's going to see, do you think it's cute? And do you think it's fun? And do you love him enough to allow him to have his cake and eat it too? Like the other few women before you did and do. And what that shows is a man who uses good sex to manipulate a woman. So you have to be careful of a man who uses good sex to hook a woman to him, to the point where she's stigmatized, where she will let him get away with anything as long as he keeps giving her the sex whenever she needs it or wants it. No, you don't need sex with him. You need self-esteem. You need to know your worth. And you need to find a man who can give you good sex and respect. Because good sex does not trump respect. Good sex does not trump respect. And the sex will not stay good with a man who disrespects you. You cannot keep having good sex with a man who you know is lying to you, cheating on you, or who you can't trust your body with, because at any given time, he's sleeping with you, but he may sleep with that other chick just to keep her around. Or he's got y'all in a harem, and y'all got along at one point, but now you want to be the main chick or someone or this or that, and now she's going to intentionally sleep with him again to sabotage your stuff. Don't get involved in harems. It's not Erzulie. It's not sacred feminine. It's something that women who are suffering from extreme abuse, oppression, degradation, or loneliness and depression will do. In some cases, it's something that women who are suffering from extreme poverty will do. A lot of times to help their children. Don't let good sex, or whatever you have convinced yourself was good sex, which was really just you being objectified. Don't let that confuse you about what position you hold in a man's life. So Erzulie warning, don't deal with men who are still dealing with their ex in any capacity. And honestly, if you don't have children, you shouldn't be dating men with children because they're busy. But a man who has children and the baby mama is still alive, or the ex-wife is still alive, you're going to have to deal with her to some capacity because that's the mother of the children. The man, however, does not. So if you're dating a man who is still in a relationship with the ex-wife or the baby mama, stop. If that man cannot put her aside and put her in her place and set boundaries and let her know you are the woman and she answers to you. She answers to you if you're the new woman. Her children answer to her, but she answers to you when it comes to your husband or your man. And it doesn't matter that they have children together. When he takes you on as his wife, his ex-wife answers to you when she wants to deal with your husband. She does not call him whenever she wants, all time and night, tell him to do this and to do that for the children. When a man takes you on to wife and he has had children by another woman, that woman must answer to you, or that man is not your husband. So some of you sisters who are dating men who got baby mamas or ex-wives, don't take the next step in the relationship until he makes that woman answer to you for at least a year. Let it be consistent, because some men will do that in the long run, and they'll do it and they'll keep you around, but they still have some secret agreement with the ex-wife, because a lot of men, they want their cake and eat it too. So if a man has children by another woman, if he's not making that woman answer to you as his wife and putting her in her place, and don't go further with him. Trust me, don't go further with him. Because all you're going to look at down the line is you being cheated on and possibly you being left after shit gets hard. I mean, after things get easier. A lot of times you're there as the side chick to make things easier no matter what position he gives you, because you will influence that woman to be a better woman. And most of the time he's just using you to get her to be better. And when he's got the woman he really loves to do better, you're gone and forgotten about if you don't have a baby by him. And so some of you women, you're going to get trapped into being with a man who does not love you because you are competing with his ex-wife. Don't compete with the ex-wife. Leave. He's using you to get her to do better, to get her to do the shit she should have did when she had those babies. And a lot of times the ex-wife, she'll feed right into it. She'll start getting jealous. She'll start getting angry. She'll start offering him sex. She'll start to do all these things to manipulate and control him as long as he doesn't have a better woman than her. If you're a hoe, it doesn't matter. But if you're a good woman, he's going to use you to make her as good as you. And she will play that role right until she gets him back. And then she's going to go back to being the hoe that she really is. And you will have lost out on years, and you may end up have a baby by a man who never loved you. He just wanted his wife to be as good as you, or his ex-wife or his baby mama. And that's exactly what will happen. But you may end up with a baby, and she's going to have the final say so. So warning, if you're dating a man and you all are serious about it, if he does not marry you and make his ex-wife answer to you when dealing with him, not when dealing with the children, but when dealing with him. Meaning, if she wants to go on a work picnic and the kids are there, he doesn't have to be there. He's married to you. So if he comes, you come with him. Anytime she's with the children, him and you are as one. So you are there with him when the children graduate, when they go to family picnics, when there's funerals. You are his wife. She has been put away, or she chose to leave. So she has no right to that man at all whatsoever. Only you as his wife do. She only has rights to the children that she reared for him. Okay. If a man can't do that for you for at least a year and prove to you for a full year that this woman is no longer controlling me and you are my wife and I'm going to give you that position and we are going to build a family together and you come first next to the Most High and the children. If he can't do that to you, leave him alone. Stop wasting your time. I'm warning some of you sisters. Stop getting involved with these men, these black men who like to collect black women. All right? Stop getting involved with these women who want to compete. Stop getting involved with these unruly succubus bitches out here who like to control a man. And every time he moves on to a good woman like you, here she comes, manipulating him. Leave him alone. He's demon possessed. And really, you're in a relationship with her. So do some cord cutting, which is that's another upload I'll do. But please do your cord cutting rituals when you have been involved with a man who's an incubus or who is bound to a succubus like this. If a man can't put aside his ex and take you on, you know, and this is something that the Bible talks about too. And this is a warning to some of you women who have good men, but you're just a hoe, and you don't want to do your wifely duties. The Bible told in the book of Ezra, the Bible told men who took on foreign women, which at that time meant women who did not serve the same God, women who were not of the nation. The Bible told the Levite men who took on the foreign wives and had children to put away the wife and the children. And the children became as bastards to keep the nation pure. And those men, as punishment, they lost their priesthood. They were no longer able to be priests, but they were still able to be in the nation and in the Most High's favor if they put away their foreign wives. And in this day and age, that can translate to all the interracial dating that Black men have inflicted in the community, bringing all this parasitic stuff into the Black community through interracial dating. But a lot of times, it just means that a man who has found a better woman, who is a better wife to him and will be a better mother to his children, if you can't put away that first unruly wife who is not obedient to you and to the Most High, and who did not rear your children to respect you, if you can't put her away, you're a cursed man, and your curse is to deal with that Jezebel bitch, female dog. That's what she is, a dog in heat who will have a baby by any man who she knows that she can control. So men, You are in your rights to put away your ex-wife or your baby mama and the children if they are foreign, if they don't serve the same God you serve, and especially if you found a better woman. So a lot of Black men don't know that they can put away the unruly, disobedient women who are demon possessed, and they can take on a whole new family. In the legal system now, that man may be put on child support, but if you really have faith in God, he's going to acquit you somehow of that demon, and he's going to help put her aside. Some men want to put aside a wife who is good, and that's not, that's when you get the court battles and you get broken everything because you were the real problem. But some men, you don't know how to put away a demon possessed woman full of Jezebel, and you have your rights, especially Black men. You have the right to put away women who are not good, and the seed that you spawned with her. And if you pray about it, you're going to see what I mean. And the Most High will bless you, and He will bless you with a situation where you will not have to deal with them. And now the children will literally become hers because you have said, you have rejected that. And a lot of men, especially Black men, don't know and don't understand. You can be out here, and I'm not talking about Black men making bastards. I'm talking about Black men who have wives who had to make it. They tried to make it work, and were with a demon possessed woman who was unruly, disobedient, and reared your children with feminism instead of letting you be the man of the household. Especially women who didn't have to want for nothing, and all she had to do was cook and clean and love you when you came home from work, and love the children as much as she loved herself, if not more. But you got women who were not governed by the Most High, and you meet a woman who is. Ask God. Don't take my word for it. For the men who may be listening, you can acquit yourself of that woman and any children you spawn with Satan through her. Trust me on that. Ask about it. Ask the Most High about it. And I'm telling men, especially Black men, this, but I'm speaking to Black women still, because I'm warning you. You can lose your man by not having the humility. You can and you will. And there's real men out here who are governed by the Most High and is not going to let a woman run them, and he will leave you eventually. And some of you women are pushing the boundaries because you feel like you're never going to get left, and you feel like you're always going to have, and society's going to support me, and I'll never lose my children, and I'll never lose. Some of you women will get left, and the man will get custody of the children, and he'll raise them with the better woman. And yes, there are better women, just like there are better men. And when we don't understand that, and we lose sight of there being competition in the dating realm, not that you should be out here competing, but you should be out here with your best foot forward. And some of you women, you are at risk of losing a good man because you are not a good woman. And some of you women are not good women because you don't put any effort into your beauty and being arousing to your husband, but he hasn't cheated on you. But you don't care because all you care about is you and your pleasure. Some of you women aren't good women because you hate your children. You hate your children. You don't want them, but you have them. And instead of raising them and embracing that position, you're coveting the lives of single women and the lives of models and movie stars and women who are not mothers. And women who can roam the streets at night free and don't have to answer to their husbands. And the only reason you got married is because you're a gold digger. And now you're a mother and you hate your children because you were never a wife and you were never a mother. You were just a gold digging hoe. And you're at risk of losing that good man that you married because your skin is lighter, or because you're a gold digger, or because you got a big ass, or whatever the case may be, and you think that everything's going to be all hunky-dory. And I'm warning you, a sister with locks, with darker skin, who's healthier, who's not into all this new age stuff, but who honors the Most High, she might end up taking your man and the kids if he's rich enough, because he's going to realize I married for color, or I married because you were socially acceptable. And so I'm warning some of you sisters, um, and again, color and things like that don't always have to do with it. There's a lot of women who, like a lot of men, just got married because they had nothing better to do. And you're not honoring and appreciating the sanctity of marriage and the union of it. And you're gonna lose your husband because you're not paying attention to him and his needs. You're not being humble. You're not being a wife. You're not making a peaceful home for him to come home to when he's working hard hours, so you can just sit around and order Uber all day or watch TV shows all day and dumb down the kids because you too busy watching TV shows and watching yourself to really instill any values in them. Some of you sisters are too Americanized and too superficial, and the man married you because you were socially acceptable, namely because you're white or white enough, and you know now there's a whole wave of natural women and real women and natural sisters where you know we're not being televised, but a lot of brothers are like, you know what, I see how bad the interracial dating looks. I see how bad all of the media looks depicting us as inferior. And I see all of these single but dark skinned, natural, spiritual sisters out here. And I'm looking at myself and I'm looking in the mirror and I'm realizing that I was suffering from self hatred. But now I want one of these shiny, Zion looking, sexy sisters. And there's a whole wave of women who got married because they were gold diggers. And it doesn't always have to do with color, but most of the time it does. For the most part, it does. For the most part, the women who get married are the white, bright, socially right, you know, women. And the women who get left are the women who are talented but intimidating because they're black and they're natural and they're virtuous, and the man doesn't know if he can really be faithful to her, if he can really this or he can measure up, you know. And there's a lot of men out here who are realizing marrying these gold diggers is not turning out well for my father or for my uncle or for my friends, or for all these white men who have these white women dragging them through the court system just because they wanna act like black women because they mad because they to each their own case. But there's a lot of men who are realizing the value in black femininity, and a lot of men who are realizing they were cuckolded by gold diggers and by white femininity or white supremacy, and they married for color, they married for convenience. Some people got married because they got someone pregnant, but there's a lot of people who got married for the wrong reason, and there's a lot of people praying for husbands or wives. And I'm warning some of you people, some of you brothers and sisters, some of those people who are praying for husbands and wives, their prayers are going to be answered by your husband or your wife, who you're treating like shit, who deserves better. So that's the truth. Um, Nothing is guaranteed in life. Um, so the last bit of guidance Erzulie wants to give to the sisters, but anyone watching, do not get sexually involved with anyone at work. So I talked about getting involved with men and under the pretense of doing business projects, but who really want a sexual relationship. This is dealing with men who you work with in a workplace, particularly like a corporate type of setting, or things like that. Be careful of getting involved with it, especially in corporate settings where you're just labor force, because a lot of people who are some form of labor force are very low class. Um, you know, obviously are poor, or don't have as much stability, or may not have, depending on what position they hold. Um, and when you get involved with someone that you work with, and again, I'm talking about certain positions where, if you're just like labor force or skilled labor, or even just working class, um, a lot of times the hours it takes to work and make ends meet in these skilled labor jobs or corporate jobs where you know, you're getting minimum wage. Um, the hours it takes to work to make ends meet in these jobs and the energy it takes, you can easily spend more time at work than at home. And you can easily spend more time socializing with your coworkers because of those hours, and because of the after work drinking and smoking and hanging out and blah blah blah, and talking shit about the boss, or talking shit about the person who's the best worker, whatever it may be. um it it gives you a sense of family, and it gives you it can make you develop attractions with women who are labor and who work under men, who men are positions of management, ownership, blah blah blah, CEOs, whatever. Women who are in labor positions, secretaries, whatever, bartenders, things like that, where you have a male who's in a position of authority over you. 8 times, I would say seven times out of 10, that woman is going to develop a sexual attraction to one of her managers, one of those men. I'll say seven because right now there's so many women who are just lesbians and who just hate men, and there's so many women out here competing with men for power that they have lost all femininity that gives you the inclination to desire a man who is in power. But I would say 7 times out of 10, a woman who works as a subordinate to a man is going to develop a sexual attraction to that man. And I would say 5 times out of 10, she's going to go for it somehow, because there's a lot of hoes out here. And there's a lot of women who are in poverty or working class who like to compete because they don't have power or status. So their way of getting status is to sleep with a man who has status, or their way of feeling status is to get a man to cheat and to be like one of these women on TV who is having a fling with a powerful man. And now, does she feel like in power? Maybe, but she also feels more powerful than that woman. She's competing with that woman too. So I'm, I'm telling men and women, don't get involved with people at work sexually, because one, a lot of it is super hormonal. It has nothing to do with actual compatibility. A lot of it is you're spending too much time with these people. If you're single, that's easy. But if you have someone, you don't need to be spending all your time at work. If you have a wife and family, I don't care what you do. If you're spending all your time at work, you are cheating. I can guarantee it. You're cheating. You're neglecting your spouse. You're not saying no to work. No, I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna take. That's what vacations are for. Vacations are for people who work long, strenuous hours, who need that break to cater to their other relationships. But if you don't take your vacations because you prefer to be at work, you're cheating. If you don't take that time off because your wife asks you to, or because your children are getting unruly and they need discipline in the home, you're cheating. You know. So with men, most men are cheating with a woman who became attracted to him because she was working under him and she's a hoe, so she doesn't care that he's married, she doesn't care if he's dating. And that's probably what a lot of these women do. Some of these women sleep with men to get the job. Some of these women sleep with men to keep the job. Some of these women do it for thrills because they're poor, they're unskilled, they have no talent, they have nothing to offer, and they have no other goals or ambition. So they don't have a reputation to worry about because they're not building a business or brand. So they will go around and sleep with whoever because that's where they get their thrill from. Same goes with some men. There are men who will sleep with women at work because it's easy, because they get a thrill, because they want to be able to control a woman on work instead of focusing on their customers or clientele, or their job. They so I'm warning people, don't get involved with coworkers because it will sabotage your job if you're not in the right position and if you're not in the right mindset of a long term. If you are dating one of your coworkers, don't talk about it to anybody until one person leaves the job or until you're taking it to a really next level. If you're dating and you're taking it to a serious level where you want people to know that this is my partner, one person needs to quit and get another job. Because all you're going to do is, and one, honestly, if you're dating someone on the job, I wouldn't let anyone know in the beginning phases, because all of the females, they're going to try and sleep with you and flirt with you if you are dating the best worker, attractive woman, or someone that all the other women envy. If you're dating her, be ready for 3 of your other female coworkers who hate her trying to sleep with you. It's going to happen. And if you don't really like her, you're going to create a string of slop that is ultimately going to get you fired for sexual harassment as a man before it will get one of the women fired. Unless you are in an ownership position, then you can do whatever you want, and you probably already are. So if you're a man dating a coworker and you want it to last, don't tell anyone about it. And what you need to do is you need to set boundaries and maybe get another job where you come on this job and you present yourself as someone with a girlfriend. And you're meeting new people, but you have that boundary, you have your girlfriend, and you don't have to deal with the envy that's going to come from your other coworkers who are unhappy, miserable, or who didn't get chosen by you, or who aren't the star who gets the good guy. So be careful of that. Women, same thing. If you're dating someone at work, don't talk about it. Be careful, because if you're dating someone at work, you're probably a good worker. You probably outshine, and someone probably saw some good qualities in you. And the other women are going to be jealous of you. Women can't stand to see the woman who got chosen. And if they have access to you, if you're not above them somehow, and women have access to you, but men prefer you, get ready for the hatred and the phoniness. Get ready for women smiling in your face, but smiling in his face behind your back, trying to see if they can sabotage your relationship. Because that's what class and a lot of working class women are like. They like to sabotage relationships because they have no status. And a lot of them are single mothers, and a lot of them have already been picked over and ran through and chosen, and a man has already chosen another woman better than her. So be careful of and if it don't apply, let it fly. I'm just warning you about people who have no class and no status and have low class and who spend so much time in these labor jobs that they don't have time for family and friends. It's a hookup culture. I'm warning some of you all how low status, low class people are. So that, when dating someone at work, be careful, because a lot of workplaces are hookup cultures, and a lot of times people are chosen and people get perks because they're part of the little sex orgies that happen outside of work, and some of these cults and some of these fraternities that hire people based on being part of the same fraternity, or based on the fact that they joined the little sex ring cult that goes on, or the casting couch, which can happen with managers too. But remember, things are getting a little more tight knit with the Me Too movement that happened. There's a lot of men in positions of power that should be getting more cautious about how they deal with women. It's better to not have women in the workplace at all. If you're a married man and you have morals, and you work a job that requires a little more hours, you need to find a job where there's no women in the workplace. Construction would be a good job because you can go on the job, hang out with your guys, maybe there's a woman who may flirt with you here and there, but you go home to your wife and you make love to her. But when you're in these jobs where it's mixed, it's mixed, it's mixed sexes and different ages, and you got older men working around little teenage girls, and you know uh you got different races working around each other, and people want to taste the rainbow and compete racially using sexuality to compete with, to express their racism or whatever. And women want to compete with each other in racial ways or using sexism. When you're working around all these competitive women, work is a lot of times for women, it's not about the work or the job. It's about sex. For men too, it's about, sex, getting attention. So just be careful. Um if you're getting in a serious relationship, go check out the environment your husband works in, or and see, can you not convince him to get a job where there's less hot in the pants teenage girls who think womanhood is sleeping with a married man. All right. um where there Sisters, be careful. If you got a handsome black man and he's working around a bunch of white women who are racist and hate black women, and our hoes are hot in the pants and into all this stuff, you need to tell him, you need to let him know you got one warning, or you need to go around a job where you don't have a bunch of flirtatious jungle fever white women who are used to manipulating black cock. Because if that's your husband, I don't care. Half of these brothers out here, I love black women, they are the main ones who got a white woman somewhere that they stick their dick in, maybe for a PS5 or something. But Erzulie letting y'all know, don't be stupid and naive. And men, if you want to keep a good woman, you're gonna have to exercise self-control, and you're gonna have to be noble, and you're gonna have to let go of your unhealthy sexual desires for your daughters, let go of your unhealthy sexual desires for younger girls, let go of your need to control women, and you're gonna have to pray about it and get rid of those things if you want to keep a good woman. And women, especially black women, don't deal with it. Don't deal with child molestation, pedophilia, pornography, um, jungle fever, or interracial dating. Um, and you know what the context I'm using it in. When you see your partner expressing unhealthy desires for women of another race, that a lot of that is, a lot of that is demonic possession. A lot of that is used to make you feel less than. That's what men do. They use women to make other women feel demeaned. And that's what women use. They use and sexually manipulate men of other races to compete with the standards of beauty that the women have. So don't be naive in these circumstances. Um, don't don't mix business and pleasure. Do not sleep with your coworkers. You'll get a reputation. People will gossip about you. It a lot of times it won't work out if you're in low class, working class settings. A lot of times it will just be a hookup. Um, and you're gonna have too many people in your business, which is terrible for a new relationship. Nobility, it's great because the nobility makes sure that each family is stable and that there's an actual union that's going to maintain wealth. So when you're noble, the family is and the parents are the main ones involved in the union, and they choose because they know what's going to maintain that wealth. And a lot of times they had an arranged marriage that maintains wealth, and it makes sure you won't be one of these low class peasants out here in these working class situations where everyone's fucking everyone because everyone wants a thrill because no one has any status. More importantly, no one has any class or morality. And everyone wants to fuck each other over because they're so bitter about being poor. So if you really want to protect yourself, don't date someone at work. And if you're dating someone at work, do it the way nobles do. Do it quietly, do it silently, don't let anybody know. Get to know each other without the opinions of other people, and you all determine. Because if your coworkers are involved, then envy is involved. And the moment other people get involved in this and this and that, in workplaces, there's very few people who have your back. Um, Especially if you're good. A lot of it's cutthroat, a lot of it's competitive. And if you're good at what you do, everyone's gonna hate you. Especially if you're beautiful and you're black. Because no one likes to see a slave making more than the master or doing better. More importantly, no one wants to see a slave happier than the master. So when you're black and you're working in a racially diverse setting or a predominantly white one, and you outshine all of the white people, be prepared to get sabotaged. Be prepared to get taken off the schedule. Be prepared to have people hating on you and talking shit about you, and be prepared for them to slap a look policy on you to try and get rid of you. All right. Um, Another reason not to get involved with people in the workplace is because a lot of people who hook up with people on the job have already hooked up with someone else on the job, and you're just the next newest shiny person that they're like, ooh, because a lot of these people, the job is the way that they meet people, the job or the bar that they go to after. So a lot of times when a person is eager to hook up on the job, most likely they've hooked up with somebody else on that same job or on another job, and that's their thing. you know um a lot also too, when a person's eager to hook up with you as a coworker, be careful because they may not encounter people like you in their community, how they grew up. And they may only encounter people of your character and moral standing, or spiritual power at a job or a workplace, because the environment that they grew up in and the community that they live, they only meet one type of person. They only meet people that look like them, that act like them. There's no diversity where they come from. But on the workplace, there's diversity. So this person who comes from a marginalized community, and marginalized is not, I'm not talking about just a impoverished, I'm not talking about a ghetto only. I'm talking about a community where there's no diversity. This is a lot of times you get these suburbanites, but who come to the job and but they and they say the most racist shit trying, because they don't actually know how to relate to Black people or brown people or ethnic people. They only have seen you on TV, and so they treat you the way they see white people treating Black people on TV, because they've never actually dealt with a Black person in their real life. You feel me? It's a situation where, be careful. Some of these people in the workplace, they have never encountered someone of your caliber, and now they have access to you because you come from working class and you have to work, but you were raised you were raised differently, and they come from a place where there's no diversity, and they've never met someone as interesting or as powerful as you or as different as you, or they've never met a person of their same race or background like you, because they're so marginalized. And now they're meeting people of different races and ages and people with different mindsets and of different talents, and they're not used to that, and they're so overwhelmed, so to speak, where the only way they know how to express their interest is, I want to date you, I want to fuck you, because they may come from an environment where that's what they do when they see something they like, they want to fuck it, or they come from an environment where they're so bored with everything being the same, and you're different and you're attractive, and they're not used to that. Be careful of people who are not used to people like you. It's probably not going to work out, because you don't want to deal with people. Don't date people who are infatuated with you, where they're not used to someone like you, and they date someone who can relate to you, who can truly relate to you. You have similar backgrounds, and you know how to deal with certain circumstances, and you are not just amused at how different this person is from you. you know um Work environments can put different diverse people in one setting, and some people do not have the sexual control to control themselves in a work setting and be attracted to somebody and and focus on work first. A lot of these people who can't control their sexual attractions, and they just have to have something, they have to go after it when they a lot, these are the type of people who end up losing their job because they can't focus. They can't focus on the job, and they're too focused on socializing. So, yeah, this is upload is going on 6 hours, but Erzulie, because she just had a lot to say, a lot to talk about, and I I really wanted to talk about the sisterhood upload, but I think what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to talk about the brew in my next upload, and talk about the ingredients that were in it. Um, the minty sweet sisterhood. Um, but in my next upload, I'll go over that particular brew and how it is conducive to sisterhood. But basically in the upload, as you can see in the thumbnail, I have the brew, which is mint leaves, eucalyptus, and parsley, with red and white garden roses, a pinch of basil, a dash of cinnamon, some pumpkin spice, vanilla, mint chocolate chip gelato, a tad bit of almond milk, matcha, and black walnut extract. Um, and a little black pepper. So all of those ingredients, except the pumpkin spice, which does have elements, all those ingredients are conducive to protection and have protection when used in witchcraft. And you know what, the minty sweet sisterhood matcha latte, it it's really for forming sisterhood bonds and removing any interference between you and your real sisters, and the real support that you can get from one of your girlfriends, one of your soul sisters, from sacred sisterhood. It's getting daughters of Erzulie or sisters of Erzulie, even mothers, you know, priestesses of this sacred femininity and brides of Christ, to understand how we can come together and unite in a time where there's going to be a lot stacked against us. There already is, with transgenderism, feminism, all of these things. We're going to need, some Christian fellowship, but also, ancestral reverence within that, and the mysteries. So there's those of us who have ancestral mysteries and powers, but have still been saved, still have a sense of morality that's Christ-like. So that's, brides of Christ. Erzulie wants to honor the brides of Christ, and that form of morality and sacred femininity, and talk about, what that is, and anything less than that needs to be cut off and separated from, removed from your life, and it needs to be exposed. So, a lot of the properties in the brew, are basically about invoking the mysteries and the sisterhood of Erzulie, that will generate a good sisterhood bond with another sister who you can really trust and form a bond with, a bond that will help you defeat the structures of male domination and white supremacy. And sometimes those bonds, it may be a sister of another race, you know? And that's another thing that it's to talk about when you're honoring the same God. Maybe you have different ancestors, but when you're honoring the Most High and you're being Christ-like, and you are not operating on a vibration of racism, and you're operating on a higher vibration that's truly of love, you can form sisterhoods and alliances with women of other races, especially when you take out the need to compete for men, um, and you're really just sharing feminine values, wisdom, and principles. That's the place we need to get to. um, and the black walnut part, it will get rid of parasites and any unclean spirits for women who are hosting a false spirit of Erzulie, or a false spirit of sisterhood, that's really coming from a Jezebel, or that's corrupted with Jezebel, where you have too much envy and need for attention, and too much falsehood in you to really receive sisterhood, and to really share that and be part of that reception that's taking place. So, last thing I'll say is, I will have to do another upload. I've got the hiccups now, so it's about that time. But I'll leave with this. It's time to go along. No matter what heritage you are, there is an alliance forming. There is an alliance forming between the ancient Swedish heritage and the ancient African heritage. So those are the most ancient in terms of the Swedish, and I'll get more into that, and I'll bring more people on to talk about these things. But there is an alliance forming in the spirit realm. So those who are practicing Vodun, who are of the Vodun heritage and whatever tradition you practice, but those who are genuinely of the heritage, and of the triple black traditions, be prepared for spirits of the ancient Nordic or Swedish pantheons to start to come to you, to maybe curiously present themselves to you. And those of you who are of the Nords, the Nordic, ancient Swedish, heritage, that dealt with the same civilization as the African heritage of Vodou. Be prepared to maybe encounter more Black people, and to maybe be meeting more Black people who practice these traditions, who may be willing to work with you or collaborate with you. You know the spirits in the African pantheon are not all on board with this collaboration, but the spirits of love in the African pantheon, Oshun and Erzulie, are and always have been. And now that we're in a time phase where you can't really trust people, there's an alliance forming where those of us who are mages, who can no longer trust the people within our heritage and our ethnic heritage and mystery system, we can no longer trust these people because they're operating on a low vibration of racism or survival, or of sexism, or they are corrupted by ideologies of white supremacy that have been globalized, or in some instances in our our community, some of us are corrupted by ideologies of Black supremacy that have clouded the progress that Black revolutionaries make. So some of us will be being presented with people who are hosting more of the Holy Spirit from other heritages, but who are aligned with a higher purpose that we can now start to serve if we form alliances that are in honor of the Most High, and that way we can honor the differences but recognize a common supreme, so to speak, that will be able to help us unite our heritage against a common foe. So let's remember, this alliance is not about solidarity so we can fuck each other's men and women. The alliance is about, we are facing a common foe that is beyond the ancestors that we are serving. We're facing a common foe that may deal with white supremacy or the draconic stage, the New World Order, that has infected so many in our own race and heritage that we now have to form alliances with people who are not being affected by it, who may be of another race or another bloodline, but are still aligned with that Holy Spirit of the Most High. So that, again, the alliance is going to require that people relinquish their ideas of supremacy with their race and heritage and relinquish any ideas that the particular ancestor, deity, or guardian or entity that you serve is more supreme than the Most High, where everything comes from. We're going to have to relinquish the ideas that you have a different God and I have a different God. We are going to have to understand these are ancestors, and that there is a Most High Supreme that is not differentiate between the Nordic and the Vodou when it comes to judging you for the works you have done in the human state. So until we really are able to relinquish certain ideas of supremacy and accept that we there is a higher power that we all have to answer to, and therefore that there's a common foe that we all are being molested by and are ready to kind of go to war with, and we need to call in support to go to war with. We got to understand that common foe is not a racial one. It's a spiritual one. And we need to start forming the spiritual alliances that are going to allow us to really fight against what is happening right now in the rampant demonic possession, where it is beyond race, age, sex, gender. It is, the gates of hell have been open, demons have been released, and you need to stick with people who you can trust, and it's not always going to be the people who look like you. All right. A lot of times the alliance is going to form among people who don't believe in interracial dating because they believe in the purity of race, not just their own, but in general. They respect the blood so as not to mix it. But it doesn't, this is not bigotry. It's just letting you know how spiritual people think. It's different than how other people think. So that's one signifier. If you want to know how the alliance are formed, the alliance mostly will form with people who are not aligned with interracial dating, people who don't agree with feminism, and people who are active practitioners who like to apply lessons instead of just talk about it and wear the garb and you know, be entertained by it. It'll be people who have been long-term active practitioners who can actually tell stories of spiritual warfare and what they did to overcome that before even they became powerful enough to be a mage and be a teacher and a healer. So I hope all of this helps. I must depart now. So please check out the description box. If you learned anything and you feel really grateful or learned anything from any other of my uploads, feel free to make a donation. Hashtag Black High Priestess, PayPal, or you can go on my GoFundMe. But the best thing is check out my Etsy shop. Put in an order. I've got some things. I got some more stuff coming. I do have to restock some things, but I'm fully stocked on some Black Rose Exorcism, Red Velvet, Red Velvet Ritual. I'll have some Moonbeam coming by this weekend, and I will have the Exorcism kit ready by the end of the month, if not sooner. So, just look forward to some great Trinity products. And please, ask any questions, put your questions, in the comment section. So next time I do an upload, I can talk about those topics. If you want a reading, go on Etsy and purchase an Oracle consultation, or you can make a donation, $50 donation with your contact information, and we will schedule it as soon as possible. So that's probably one of my favorite things to do because it allows me to really reveal mysteries that the particular person needs and to really help that person with, whatever's going on with them. And it allows me to demonstrate what an oracle is, and you know, how to really use the Holy Spirit, not using birth dates, zodiac signs, photos, tarot cards, not using any tools, but actually using your relationship with the Most High, and your working in service to the Most High, and that trust and that faith that the Most High will give you whatever information is needed to help that client. And I like to demonstrate that and show people how I don't need tools. And when you really are a bride of Christ, and when you're really saved, you don't need all those things. You are the tarot deck. You are the tool. You're the gift. And your relationship with the Most High is what allows you to do those things, not a pact with Satan. All right. Thanks. Listen, learn, like, subscribe, and I'll talk to you all soon. Peace and love.